ಹಾಯ್ ಹಲೋ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಇದು ಇಂಡಿಯಾದ ನಂಬರ್ 1 CA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಿಕಾಸಾ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಅತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್.
Hello, Namaskara, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our beloved chartered warriors, chartered in progress, and fellow dignitaries. This is day 2 flight in the Airbus Auditorium Dr. Babu Jagjeevan Ram Bhavan, departing from day 1 Adi to day 2 Vriddhi. I welcome you all to the biggest national conference of Sikasa Bengaluru. So everyone, how's the Josh?
ಕಮ್ ಆನ್, ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ ನಮ್ಮದಾಗಿದೆ, ನಿಮ್ ಜೋಶ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿದೆ? ಕಮ್ ಆನ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಾಡಿ, ಹೌಸ್ ದಿ ಜೋಶ್? ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ಲಿ ನಾಟ್ ಇನಫ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್. ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲೂ ದಿಲ್ಲು ದುನಿಯಾ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಜಟಾಪಟಿ ಇದ್ದಿದೆ. ಈ ದುನಿಯಾ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾರಾಡ್ಬೇಡ, ಸೀಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುತ್ಕೋ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ದಿಲ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾಡು ಮೋರ್, ಆದರೆ ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ರೈಟ್. ದುನಿಯಾದ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೆ ಗೋಳು, ನಿನ್ ದಿಲ್ ಹೇಳೋದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ದಿಲ್ ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಮೋರ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್ ದಿಸ್, ದಿ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಡೇ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಸ್ ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಡೇ.
I repeat again, the energy which you hold in the beginning of the day will define the entire program for today. So one last time, how's the Josh?
ಆಲ್ ರೈಟ್, ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ನೆನ್ನೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಆದಿ,
Which means the beginning.
ಆದಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ್ಯ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಾ? ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡೋದು ವೃದ್ಧಿ,
Which means the progress.
ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಿಎಗಳೇ, ಕಿಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಿಎ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳೇ, ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತು ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕ ಪ್ರಭುಗಳೇ,
Namaskara.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Namaskara.
ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸಾಯಿ ವಿನಾಯಕ.
Nanu Nimma Preetiya Valerie Upadhyay.
Today we begin with a spiritual session called The Art of Mind Control.
This is not just a spiritual session, it is a session of enlightenment by the stupendous speaker from the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, popularly known as ISKCON.
The speaker for the session is an electrical engineer by qualification and was an entrepreneur during his college days.
Being inspired by the teachings of Srila Prabhupada, the founder of ISKCON, he dedicated himself to service of Lord Krishna and the society. So with a huge round of applause,
Let's welcome His Grace Shri Vigrahadasa on stage. Now I request CA Manjunatham Halluru, Bangalore branch chairman, and CA Nischal RB, chairman of Sikasa Bengaluru, to escort him and welcome him with his live plant.
I would also like to welcome CA Shubham Fitkariwala, who worked with KPMG and was a Bill Clinton Fellow representing Big Four for the year 2014-15. Then worked for Akshaya Patra Foundation, which is the world's largest midday meal program. He then served as a CFO in an organization and now is a practicing chartered accountant with a firm based in Bangalore, Kolkata, and Guwahati. I would now request CA Nischal RB to escort CA Shubham Fitkariwala on the stage with a live plant. Now I would request all the dignitaries to step down the stage, step down the dais, and His Grace Sri Vigrahadasa to address the audience.
Good morning, all of you. Good morning. So, all of you are enthused? Yes? Full energy? I'm not able to hear. Okay, wonderful. So, I got to know that all of you have traveled from different parts of the city to reach this place. So, it's really, I feel privileged to have got an opportunity to address all of you, the CA students. And I'm sure that during this 2 days program, you will be getting to know many technical stuffs connected with your stream, how to, what are the different professional aspects regarding your career. So you'll be trained in all of that. You'll be exposed to all of that. I'm sure they have planned many things yesterday also. But the thing that we are going to talk about today, how many of you are, surprised why some Swamiji has been called for a CA, program? How many of you are surprised? Put up your hands, let us see. Okay. I only see about 10, 12 hands up. Looks like all others are already prepared. Right? Already, you were all expecting that some person like this is going to come. Okay, that's so nice. So, we are going to talk about challenges as an individual that we will encounter in our lives, all of us will encounter, and how do we address them through certain spiritual techniques. So I'm here to share with all of you something about our mind, right? So shall we begin on an auspicious note with some prayers? Yes? So let's begin with a few prayers. You can just fold your hands with me. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you. So now we have the blessings of the Lord. So let us begin. The topic that I had planned to discuss with all of you this morning is, as you see here on the screen, the art of mind control, right? So we all have a mind, right? Yes or no? All of you have brought it with you today? Sure, right? Okay. I will check that. I have certain ways to check that, whether you brought it here or not with you. So we have some interesting things to do during this workshop. I want this to be an interactive workshop. It should not be a one-way traffic. In Bangalore, many roads are one-way, right? Only one side the vehicles can go. So it should not happen that since I'm called the speaker, only I will speak. And all of you are called audience, so you only hear. It should not happen that way. So there'll be occasions in the session where I will ask your inputs. I'll ask you to share your opinions, your comments. Request all of you to please participate actively. Otherwise, what will happen? It will become very boring. Not just for all of you, for me also. I also need some entertainment, right? So for the next 1 hour or 40 minutes, what we're going to talk, I request all of you to please participate and make it interesting learning experience for all of us. Okay? So the art of mind control, we dedicate this session to our beloved spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Abhay Charanaravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So what we are going to explore in today's session, what we are going to see, right? First, we shall see why it's important to control the mind, right? The need for it. Then we shall see how the mind works. Before you try to operate a gadget, you should know how it works. What's the mechanism? We'll explore certain things about it. And what are the different ways to achieve control or manage your mind? We're going to talk about it. And these are the things. So the first thing that we're going to talk about, why it is necessary to control your mind. So I request some of you to please share why it's important. Okay, already, let's go back. Yeah, let's do a brainstorming. Why it's important to control. How many of you feel it's important to control our mind? Put up your hand. Wonderful. So everybody without an exception feels so. That's very nice. So why it is important? Can I have some inputs? Why it's important to control mind? To reduce distractions. Very good. Then? Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes. Wonderful. Very nice. What's your name? Pawan, Vijay, and yourself. What's your name? Neha. Give a big round of applause to all of these three. Wonderful. Yes, our mind is a thought factory. It works 24/7. So we need to regulate it in order to achieve good performance. Right? All of you are going to be CAs. You will have to, there'll be a lot of people, clients who are going to consult with you, and you will have to give them the right solution for their challenges. You have to have the right frame of mind. And apart from this, there'll be many other challenges in your personal life. You'll have to handle that also. It's literally multitasking that we are going to do in our life, handling many segments of our life every day. So how are we going to achieve peak performance, good performance? For that, we need to have a stable mind, peaceful mind. Nowadays, everyone you talk, especially the youngsters, I ask them this question: what do you want in life? The one single point that many people talk about is, I want peace of mind. I want happiness. So if you want peace of mind, yes, you must have a stable mind. To improve your emotional intelligence, we are emotional beings. We need to be conscious of our own emotions and feelings and about others' emotions and feelings. For that, you need to have a stable mind. And to be a game changer, right? Today, because of fierce competition in various fields, the one who actually maintains his or her cool, he can actually ace the race. Correct, no? For in any given stream, in any given walk of life, you see there are a lot of people competing. But who is going to make it to the top? One who has control over his thoughts. So that's very important. And to be efficient, productive in your workplace, you need to control your mind. It is said, watch your thoughts. They become words. Watch your words. They become actions. Watch your actions. What do they become? Exactly, they become your habits. Watch your habits. What is it going to become? Huh? Pardon? Life, character, wonderful. It becomes your character. And watch your character. What is it going to become? Yeah? Yes, it becomes your life, your destiny. Right? So who is the ancestor of your destiny? Where it all started from? It all started from thoughts. So how important is managing your thoughts? We understand from this, right? In fact, as someone pointed out, on an average day, can you guess how many thoughts an average person runs through in his mind? Just take a wild guess, let's see. On an average day, average person, how many thoughts we think? Yes, some numbers. All CAs are known for numbers, right? I want to hear some numbers now. Yeah. What is that? 1,000 thoughts. Who is saying that? How many of you say 1,000 thoughts? Put up your hand, let's see. Nobody is putting up. At least the person who said it should actually. You yourself don't. Huh? Who said 1,000? Okay. What's your name? Huh? Aditya. Good. 1,000 thoughts. Interesting. Anybody else wants to beat Aditya? Not beat him. I mean, more number. Yeah? 800 trillion. My God, are you a supercomputer or what? What's your name? Rohit. So Rohit is, he has very high processing speed, I think. Okay. So 800 trillion. Say something believable, no? What are you saying? Okay, somebody else. Huh? Put up your hand. Let me see who is that. 14. 1-4. How exactly 14 only? Okay, 14,000 thoughts. Okay, anybody else? Huh? 50,000 thoughts. Anybody wants to contend with him? Yes. Huh? Yes? Okay, now I'm not able to hear any answer now. I'm just hearing, it's become like a parliament. Okay, no problem. 50,000, anyone wants to go above that? 1 billion, million subscribers? Okay.
Sir, infinite when we want, sir.
Who is that? Some philosopher here? Yeah, what is that?
Infinite when we start thinking.
You sound like a philosopher. What's your name?
Tejas.
Tejas. Okay, good.
Around 60 to 70,000.
Who is that? I think he's only the person who has done the survey. What's your name?
Nikhil.
Nikhil. What do you say?
Around 60 to 70,000.
Wonderful. Give a big round of applause to him. Because that is what I have the data. As per a survey, as per a research conducted, an average person on an average day runs through about 60,000 thoughts. This billion and all is trillion, no, you said. It is like a sci-fi movie you're talking about. Now somebody who said 1,000, you just understand, no? We are underestimating yourself. It's too less. 60,000 thoughts. And what kind of thoughts are these? Are these all very pleasant, very positive, powerful, impactful, useful? Are these thoughts always like this? Yes, no. We all have first-hand experience of dealing with our own minds, right? It's not so. Most of them are random, unnecessary thoughts, right? In fact, it is said, okay, before that, 77% of whatever we think is negative. It works against us. 77%. That means how much out of 60,000? More than 45,000 thoughts. More than 45,000 thoughts on a day which we think. They're all negative thoughts. Now I want all of you to have a first-hand experience of this, even though I'm so sorry. Even though we have already always been dealing with our mind, I want all of you to be silent for the next 40 seconds. Just observe your mind. Just still, calm. Just observe your thoughts. And at the end of 45 seconds, you should silence your mind. Shanti, you should attain. Let's see. Okay, come back. How many of you felt sleepy? Very nice. So, nice AC auditorium and nice cozy seats. So the point is, how many of you were able to achieve this thoughtlessness by the end of those 45 seconds or whatever? Really? Thoughtless. How many of you put up your hand straight? Okay. About 10%, 20% of the audience? Okay. What about the other people? What was happening? How many of you worried whether I have upgraded my Netflix subscription or not? What's the movie should I watch this night? Anybody thought like that? So he's thought. Okay. Oh, here. Really about Netflix you were thinking? See, I can read your mind. So the point is, mind is never at rest. In fact, those people who said, I have become thoughtless, you were thinking that I'm not thinking anything now. That itself is a thought, isn't it? So, thank you for that. No, thank you for what? Thank you for our minds. You know, minds are very powerful. So we are thinking that I have become thoughtless now. So that's the kind of entropy. That's the kind of, how many of you understand the term entropy? Okay, it's because I'm from an engineering background, it comes out like that, some science terms. So entropy is the degree of randomness of a system. How random is our mind? You know, we should really appreciate, we should really be able to understand this. Only then we will be able to do something about dealing with this randomness. Okay, our mind is a storehouse of emotions, feelings, thoughts, right? Storehouse. And as I mentioned, 77% of what we think works against us. 75% of all illnesses are self-induced. You know, there's a term called psychosomatic diseases. Have you heard of this? What is this, psychosomatic diseases? What does it mean? Diseases because of negative thinking. Yes, exactly. You know, you be thinking that something is wrong, something is wrong, something is wrong, and the body responds to it in such a way that it produces some anomaly within the system. It results in diseases. You know, nowadays our physical activities have reduced so much. We're just sitting in one place. Again, thanks to things like Netflix. I'm not a brand ambassador of Netflix, by the way. Neither I am against it, but I'm just saying the reality. So because of this, we keep thinking so many things. Oh, this person spoke to me like that. This thing did not happen properly. So much of negative thinking, churning is going on in the mind. And on top of that, no physical activity also. correct? And this is going to impact our health drastically. So our own mind is producing poison which is affecting our own health, our well-being. And who is responsible for this? Who is responsible? Whom to put the blame on? Because it's our mind. Correct? Whose responsibility to control your mind? Somebody else will come. Can we hire somebody? You please manage my mind. I cannot do. Can you hire somebody? No. People will hire you in the future to manage their accounts and all of those things. But whom you're going to hire to manage your mind? You can't hire anybody. You have to deal with your own mind. So that's so important. Okay. These things are on the rise constantly. We see this. Every time you open a news channel and watch, you see a news app. More or less, these are the things which you will see. Correct? Violence is increasing. Terrorism is increasing. Murders. Right? Suicides. Corruption. It's all on the rise. Mental stress. All these are constantly on the rise. Correct? Yes or no? When I talk about divorces, nowadays, divorce is, I think it's a too heavy term to talk about. Breakup is a... Okay. I don't know why you're clapping. So breakup is a very fancy way of saying. So today people meet online. People means all of us only. I'm talking about all of us, all of you. So we meet online. We like somebody's Facebook post. People post fancy photos of themselves, edited photos. What do they use for editing? Filters. Then? What else? Okay, whatever. Okay, let's not talk about it anyway. So, and then people say, I love you. They meet each other. They get into a relationship. Relationship, situationships, nanoships. I don't know what all things are coming up. You all know better than me. And then not one fine day, I don't know if it's going to last for so many days also. One fine moment, they discover not so good things about each other. On Facebook, you were so good. I was thinking you're so good, you're such a nice person, but you're snoring in the night. Break up. Oh, you're disturbing my sleep. So we see, of course, I also understand and appreciate the emotional state a person must be going through. I'm not making fun of that aspect, but you see how our relationships have become so shallow. We connect like that instantly. We also disconnect. We also break up instantly. So why do you think all of such things are happening? What is the root cause of all these evils in the society today? What do you think? All of you, can you please tell me, suggest what could be the reason why such a thing is happening? Government policies? The government policies are not good, and that's why, people are ending up breaking up. Is that the reason? Yes, no? No. Then what else? Lack of patience, okay? Lack of conscience. Nice. That was a very conscientious answer. Nice. Huh? Negative input to the thought process. Very good. What's your name? Harshavardhan. Give a big round of applause to Harshavardhan. Good. So, if you actually do a soul search, you will understand that it's the uncontrolled mind which is actually causing all of these things. It's uncontrolled mind. Let's see some more facts. Through these facts, my idea is not to scare you. Hey, what is this? At least the Swamiji should talk something positive. After seeing his presentation, I am becoming more hopeless. No, that's not the idea. The idea is to first understand what is the reality, isn't it? There is a scope for controlling our minds. Okay, looks like we have skipped the facts because we didn't want to make it very negative. In fact, all of you know the facts much more than what I can say. You know, recently, I just saw when I came inside, how many of you are die-hard RCB fans? Isala Cup? All of you got. So I can just see that. The die-hard fans of RCB. So from so many years, they've been telling, Isala Cup namde, namde, namde. Now they achieved it. And people could have actually sat down in their own houses and watched the entire match with more clarity, ball to ball, delivery to delivery, they could have seen all the fours and all the sixes. But unfortunately, you know, there was a stampede and many people lost their lives, which is very sad. Right? Yes, we must have, yes, sports is very important, and it's important to follow, to have fans and all of that. That's all good. But should we become so crazy about a sport like this that people forget even basic civilian rules, how to behave in a public place? If somebody is getting stamped and somebody is getting suffocated, shouldn't we actually attend to that person and help him out? So, very unfortunate. One of the victims was as young as 14 years old, one of them who passed away because of the stampede. So this is just an example to show craziness when it goes to uncontrolled levels, it can create havoc in our lives and in the society. So it's very important that we actually control our minds. You could have sat down at home, no, and you could have watched it. How many of you went, by the way? Oh, there are really die-hard followers here, die-hard RCB. Okay. I was just reading in the news, somebody was telling, one of the mothers was telling that her son, he was always thinking, when will RCB win, when will RCB win the cup? And the team won the cup, but this boy is not there to see it. So what an unfortunate, terrible thing. So it's important to learn to manage our mind, our thoughts. Yes or no? What do you all say? Are you all there? Okay. Your mind is there? Okay. Good. So let's see how the mind works. If I ask you this question, is your mind your friend or your enemy? How many of you say, my mind is my friend? Put up your hand, let's see. Straight. You know, some people are just like this. What does it mean? 30%, 40%? Full, 100%. How many of you? Okay. How many of you say, my mind is my enemy? Okay. How many of you say both? Kabhi dushman, kabhi dost. Yeah, that's a fact actually. Mind can be both. Now, in fact, this question what I'm asking is something similar to this. If I give you a sharpened knife and ask you, my dear students, is this knife good or bad? What's your answer? Huh? Yeah. So if the knife is in the hands of a master chef, you know, he can actually prepare delicious, intercontinental, various kinds of dishes. But if the same knife lands up in the hands of a criminal, he can take away lives. Correct? So the knife in itself is neither good nor bad. It's about the user, in whose hands it is. That's more important. When a murder mystery is solved, the judge in the court will not punish the knife. Oh, because of this knife, this person has died. No, he's going to punish the person who used the knife. He is responsible. In the same way, mind can actually be our friend or it can be our enemy. We'll come back to that. You see, in the Katha Upanishad, one of the Vedic scriptures called Katha Upanishad, there's a wonderful analogy given. It's called the chariot of the body analogy. Just like there's a chariot, different parts of the chariot represent different things in our mind-body system. As you can see here, the 5 horses, what do you think they represent? Yeah, already it was shown. The 5 senses. But you can see the picture here, eye, nose. Are you able to see that? Each of these 5 horses represents our 5 senses. Where is the mind here? Who is the mind? Any guesses? Huh? Rathi. Charioteer. Anybody else? Huh? Blue color dress. Okay, nice. Okay, actually, the ropes with which you are controlling the senses, the horses, that's called the mind. You know, mind is the lagam for the senses. Senses can go loose, but it's the mind who has to bring the senses back. Okay, now, what's the next thing in our mind-body system? What else is there? Above the mind, there is something, you know, and that's called? Huh? No. Before that. That's called buddhi. Buddhi? Buddhi means what? Intelligence. And this driver is the intelligence. Mind also can go crazy, but if your buddhi is proper, buddhi means your ability to distinguish what is correct, what is wrong. Am I going in the right track or not? That is buddhi. So that is the driver. And then you see that passenger who is having a roller coaster kind of an experience, expression on his face. Who is that? Huh? Yeah, that's each one of us. That is the soul. We are the soul. Now, if you want to have a smooth ride in this chariot, you know what you should do? What you should do? First is you should tame the horses. And what is that analogous to? In our life? Yes? What should you do with your senses? What should you do? You need to actually regulate your senses. Regulate means use as much as required only. Just because I have a Netflix subscription doesn't mean whole night I have to watch. Correct? In fact, you know, the best of the brains in the world, they are sitting in nice closed AC chambers and they are designing what? What are they designing? Algorithms, powerful algorithms which suggest you various things on your social media. Suppose you watch one YouTube video, you will see YouTube suggests you 100 such videos, one after the other. Who do you think is doing this? The best of the brains are designing this algorithm. And each video looks like, oh, YouTube knows what I want. Arey, how this? YouTube is God. Whatever I am desiring, YouTube is giving me. Or Facebook is suggesting me similar posts. But we should regulate our senses. What is my work? This much I should do and get out of it. It's not that I overindulge. That's called regulating your senses. The second thing you should do is train the driver. You may have the best horses, well-tamed horses, but if the driver is not able to control those horses, what's the use? And what is that analogous to? Strengthen your buddhi. Strengthening your buddhi is very important. As someone rightly told, the kind of inputs that you are giving, nowadays we are very health conscious, right? The present generation is very, very health conscious. What we eat, we measure the calories, most of us, and we are very conscious what goes into our mouth. But we should also be conscious what we are feeding our mind and intellect. You know, there's a principle called garbage in, garbage out. If you are feeding garbage, the output also will be garbage. So we need to feed our mind-body system with powerful intellect. And one such source of powerful intellect that I would suggest all of you on this morning is the Bhagavad Gita. Just spend 5 minutes a day, read the Bhagavad Gita. Just 5 minutes. And you will see a tremendous change in the perspective that we have towards things around us. You can try this. Okay. Very quickly, I'm going to show you one. I already showed it. I'm going to show you, just for 10 seconds, I'm going to show you, flash it. You have to tell me how many words, how many F letters, F are there in this slide. That's it. All our YouTube shorts and all, they don't show us for a long time. Over 14. Yes, how many Fs? 3. Somebody said 3. Huh? 4. You know, how many of you have seen some reels on YouTube, on Insta, and on YouTube, you will see it's just a 8-second video, but the tag will be watch till the end. Yes or no? How many of you seen? All of us have seen. It's just 8-second video, but it says, please watch till the end. That means you just see how our attention span has become, you know. Okay, so how many of you said 3?
Sir, 5.
Okay, some voice in the mic. 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many of you say 5? Okay, then any other number? 6? 7? 45, really? I didn't ask you to count all the letters on the slide. Only F. Anyway, the answer is 6. So someone who said 5 was, okay, almost close by. But someone who said 45 is, looks like we have found an alien here. Extraterrestrial intelligence. Okay. Let's see how the mind can be controlled. There are 3 ways, 3 methods, broadly speaking, how to control our minds. First is called physical method. The second one is called mental method. And the third is called spiritual methods. We'll talk briefly about each of them, how we can employ these in our life and achieve better control over our thoughts. So we have come to the most practical part of the session today. So far we talked about problem theory. Now let's see the solution. Now physical methods. Here we use our body and certain postures to channelize our thoughts, right? So famous methods under this category, yogasanas. How many of you do yogasana? Put up your hand, let's see. Oh, really? I thought with the International Yoga Day, or maybe only on International Yoga Day we do some yogasana. Okay. And many people don't forget to put their photos of doing yoga and post it on the social media, right? I'll tell you, all of us actually do yoga. One asana is most famous. Anytime, anywhere, okay, instant relaxation. In fact, I don't know how many of you are doing that now. It's called Shavasana, as you said. Just that we are not able to lie down, flat on the ground, but this is also good, nice, aram. Okay, so all of us are doing the Shavasana, but I'm not talking about that kind of asana. So yoga really helps in focusing, especially breathing techniques and all of that, right? Pranayama, when you do that, it's said that the pace of your mind is directly proportional to the speed of your breath. If you are in a very dangerous, very fearful situation, have you noticed that you breathe heavily? If you are threatened, your life is on threat, you breathe heavily, right? So the pranayama means regulating our breath, slowly breathing. And that's going to bring calmness. How many of you tried pranayama? Shall we all try now? Okay, sit straight. Sit straight. Don't sleep off. Okay, let's sit straight. What you should do is very simple. Very simple. We are going to do something called Anulom Vilom Pranayama. How many of you know? Oh, many of us know. Very nice. So what we're going to do is, this is the way you're going to keep your right hand. Fold the middle 3 fingers. Okay, this is not some, dance something. This is. So what we do is, first, from your left nostril, you will exhale. Holding the right nostril, exhale from the left nostril. First, we start with that. Don't do it now, first here. All of us are very hands-on. Chalo, chalo, let's now do it immediately. First here. So after that, you close your left nostril, open your right nostril, inhale. No, don't. First you exhale from your left. Now you inhale from your right. After you inhale from your right, close your right and exhale. Okay, so did you follow the instruction? Okay, let's do it together, step by step. Please close your right nostril with your thumb. Exhale from left. Inhale from the same left. Close left, open your right nostril, exhale. Inhale from the same right. Close. From the left, exhale. And again inhale. Now, if you do this for at least as much as possible, in between, in your day, maybe for 2 minutes, if you do this, first thing you will actually find that your lung capacity will improve, and you will also experience some calmness immediately when you do this. Whenever you're feeling too much, troubled, you can try this, right? Pranayama, that's called. Okay, then, there are many kriyas which also can be learnt and done. These are called purificatory techniques and sitting postures. Now, all these physical methods are definitely very effective, but there is one drawback. It works only as long as you're doing it. Correct? You did pranayama, yes, you find relaxed. But immediately after that, again the 60,000 thoughts are bombarding in your mind. So it's not a long-lasting solution, right? So therefore, we go for the next higher level, mental methods. Now what happens in mental methods is you directly go to the mind and try to change its perspective. The perspective of the mind you're going to alter. For example, you try to concentrate. Let's say you keep a candle flame in front of you and you try to focus, concentrate on the tip of the flame. That's an example for mental method, right? And then affirmations and self-talk. How many of you tried this? Every day when you get up in the morning, go in front of the mirror and say, today is going to be a great day. And then all's well. How many of you tried this? Suppose you go to the examination hall to write your exam. You're very nervous. Just before going to the exam hall, you'll say, all is well. Right? It gives a certain kind of confidence. It gives you that situation you will be able to handle in a nice way. Okay? And then, positive thinking. This is also a mental method. Positive thinking means anything that you see, any given situation, you try to see what is good in that. Generally, our mind focuses on the negative. That's why most of the, sensational news becomes viral faster. Negative news. If there is some positive video posted, Nobody is going to click on that. Correct? So instead of that, try to train your mind to see the positive in it. Just like today we came and we thought program will start at 9 o'clock. But then then I got to know that all of you are traveling from different parts of the city, so it'll take time for you to come. So immediately I thought, okay, this is a nice opportunity to maybe talk to the people who are organizing this program. Talk to them. So that's the positive way of seeing it, rather than being so sad. See, I came all the way, they told me, come at 9 o'clock. I was there, dot on 9, and they've wasted my time. So you can become frustrated and you can become, so you will be off, you lose your cool. Correct? We should not do that. That's a mental method. So knowledge and wisdom can help us. As I said, Bhagavad Gita is one thing. Many times we don't focus on what we don't have, like our weaknesses, shortcomings, but we can choose to focus on something else. Let's do one quick activity here. So I have thank you. A very simple demonstration here. So I have a beaker here. It's an empty beaker. And I'm going to pour it with water. Can you please put water into it? What's your name? Sumant. We have CA Sumant here. Give a big round of applause to him. So, fully. Till the brim. Yes, that's okay. So, this is our mind. It's never empty, right? It's never empty. Always full of thoughts. Now, this is like 100% Shuddha Ganga Jal. But is our mind like this? With all those inputs from various social media and all of that, is our mind pure like this? No. So let's introduce some contamination. So I have some fine dust here. You can see here, I'm going to put some dust into it, lot of it, because each time you're browsing, each time you're seeing the social media. Now what happened? Ram Teri Ganga Maili has happened instead of Shuddha Ganga Jal. So our mind is like that most of the time. Turbid, not very clear in our thoughts because of already so many negative inputs are sitting in our mind. So now, how do we actually purify, make this water permanently pure? I want some suggestions from all of you. Bright minds sitting here. How do you make this like before, 100% pure? Somebody said you should do filtration, filter. So then you should have another glass, keep the filter and pour it. But unfortunately, we have only one mind. Whatever you're able to do here, you should be able to do a similar thing with your mind. So tell me such suggestions. Yeah? Add water, which means whenever your mind is disturbed, go to your washroom, open the shower. Let the water fall on your head. All the negative thoughts will come out. Is that what you're trying to say? But it's a very good suggestion. We'll talk about how do we do it with our mind. So we have a lot of fresh water here. So if I keep pouring water into this beaker, just see what is going to happen. In fact, if you keep it under a open tap, and if I continue the process, putting more water into it, I can already see in the tray, all the dust has come out. All the particles of dust have come out. And the more you put water into this, fresh water, the fresh water replaces the dirty water. And it gets purified just like before, isn't it? Now, that means, how do we do this with our mind? It's not about going to the washroom and taking a shower, as I said. What should we do? Yeah? Wait for, and then it will settle. If you wait for some time, it will settle. Then what? But the dust has not gone out of the beaker. It's still there. Again, the next video you see, again it gets agitated, it surfaces up. Yeah? How do we fill it with positive thoughts? Now you see, physical method we saw, I said it is short-term benefit. Mental methods are little better, but that also. Suppose you're not prepared for the exam. You go to the exam hall and say, all is well. Will it really work? Will somebody come and write answers for you? No. So the point is, the physical and mental methods, they have their own drawbacks. It can work for some time. But unless we completely purify our thoughts, real mind control cannot be achieved. And since on a daily basis we receive negative inputs into our mind-body system, on a daily basis these needs to be flushed out. On a daily basis. Just like we all take bath every day, right? Why do we take bath every day? I hope all of us take bath every day. Or somebody is a water conservationist here? No, all of us take bath. So why do we take bath every day? Because body gets contaminated on a daily basis. In the same way, the mind also has to bathe every day. And for that, we go for spiritual methods. We have to develop our SQ, spiritual quotient, right? Which is our ultimate intelligence, to purify our mind and strengthen our intelligence. And how do we do that? There are many ways of doing it, but one very powerful, simple, yet effective method is called mantra yoga. Right? What is this mantra? Chanting powerful mantras can give in a lot of positivity and inner strength by which we can resist the negativities which can affect us. And we can also overcome our habits. Right? So, mantra in Sanskrit, man means mind, tra means that which delivers, that which frees us. That's called tra. Mantra means it's a spiritual sound which can free the mind from negativities. Right? And most powerful mantra that is recommended is called the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. You know, there have been people all over the world. I was talking about Swami Prabhupada in the beginning of today's session. I dedicated this session to him. Swami Prabhupada, when he was about 70 years old, he went to the US. This is in 1960s. And the youngsters there, they were addicted to all kinds of things. They were into drug addiction, especially. If you have seen, that's called the counterculture movement or the hippie movement in the US. And Swami Prabhupada just gave one interesting thing to them. He just told them to chant, made them chant this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And by the power of this, people were able to give up their many years of addictions. And then Swami Prabhupada started a worldwide movement called the Hare Krishna movement. Today we see people from Russia, people from Africa, people from Europe, Americas, they doing this process.
PDF ಮಾಡಬಾರದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಕೇಳು PDF should not be run should run this present ಮೇಲೆ click ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ
So there are a lot of
Full
people
screen
who are
ಕೊಡಿದ್ರೆ
practicing this and they've got benefited, right? So in fact in the Florida State University they did a research about it and they found that by regularly chanting this Maha Mantra, people were able to get rid of addictions, have more positivity and peace of mind. So it's a very powerful method. Shall we all try now? Are you all ready? I don't hear. Okay, so for the next 7 minutes, I request all of you to sit attentively. I'm going to play an audio track of Swami Prabhupada chanting this mantra, which is very powerful. We will all chant in sync with his voice.
ಸೆಷನ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
This mantra meditation is not a silent meditation. It's not silent process. You need to chant the mantra aloud so that you can hear your own voice. And each time your mind goes there and here, bring the mind back on the sound. That's the process. Is it okay? Now, if there are people of other faith, I request you to chant the name of God which is given in your holy books. Right? So let us all chant now together. First, there is an invocation prayer. I request all of you to please repeat after me. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Okay, so now we will be playing the track. Please try to chant the mantra in the same pace as you hear together.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare.
So this is the process of mantra meditation, right? It's very simple, yet very, very effective. Any time of the day you can do this, every day. Women can do this throughout the month. There are no restrictions, anytime, anywhere. And you will actually see, if you do it on a daily basis, you will actually see a tremendous amount of inner strength that comes. You will attain focus. And this, since it purifies our consciousness, our thoughts, we will be able to better handle our minds. In fact, this is called as PA therapy in the modern science, right? It's called physioacoustic therapy. It helps in reducing anxiety, controlling depression, and even cures insomnia. So all of you, please try it at least for 7 to 8 minutes a day, right? So the whole point that we are taking home from today's discussion is there are 3 ways of controlling our mind: physical, mental, and spiritual. Spiritual methods lead to long-lasting effects, benefits, because it leads to permanent purification, like we saw in this example, purification of our mind. Okay, so how many of you thought that it was something good? I got something from today's session. Thank you very much. Good. So I would only request all of you to please do it, try it on your daily basis. Simply by attending a seminar like this, we cannot control our mind. You will have to apply this technique in your daily life. Okay? So I come from ISKCON Bangalore. We have a youth program, youth empowerment programs called FOLK, Friends of Lord Krishna. And we conduct many workshops. I wanted to just talk about a few things about this workshop. So we call this as Yoga for Happiness. Okay, let's watch a video about this.
Hey guys, I'm Balakrishna. I'm in my 4th year of engineering from MS Ramaya Institute of Technology. Since couple of months, I've been searching for answers basically, and spiritual answers to be particular. And that's when I came across the Yoga for Happiness program. So the entire program was designed in such a way that your mind will be trained, your body will be trained, but most importantly, it's about finding yourself. The yoga session was an exhilarating experience. Performing all those asanas at the break of dawn in these premises was an out-of-the-world experience. So one of the biggest challenges is that I could not keep my concentration together. I would keep getting distracted. So what's so distinct about mantra meditation is that you can focus on your chanting and your listening so that you remain in the present conscious state, while at the same time you count your beads. That's what I love the most about mantra meditation. I owe the most favorite part of the program to the Kirtan. We danced a lot. The entire experience was beautiful. The ambience was serene and energetic. And the people here are amazing. They're full of enthusiasm and they dance out of love, faith and happiness. And I think that's what makes the entire experience so real. Wow, this is such a lovely room. I had a very long day, so I think I'm just gonna go and relax now. Yoga for Happiness is all about your happiness. To me, Yoga for Happiness was a paradigm shifting experience. Why don't you give it a try?
So this is an attempt to expose the youth of today's generation to the principles of Bhagavad Gita in a very practical manner. So this workshop happens in the weekends at our temple at Rajaji Nagar premises in ISKCON temple. And we have for both men and women in separate batches. So there are various topics that are covered in this based on Bhagavad Gita: self-management, yoga, the root of happiness, relationship, and work-life balance, habits. So it's based on Bhagavad Gita principles, hands-on. You'll also get a certificate on completion of this workshop, and it's really helpful in your future, in your career. And so happiness is by choice, not by chance. So we have many assessments and, as I said, certification of completion upon this program. So there are two formats in which this program happens. You can either choose to attend the whole day program or the overnight program from Saturday to Sunday. I'm just skipping it quickly because I think the next speaker has already arrived. So we have a donation for this. Even though the program that we are offering is much more worthier than what the cost is shown on the screen, we are just charging a very nominal amount of 200 rupees, which goes for organizing the workshop. So those of you who are interested can actually use this code VGND200, and this is the QR code to register for this workshop. You can choose your dates whenever you want to attend. It happens in the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. Once you register, our team of volunteers will contact you for the further details. Okay? So with that, please also scan this, and I want to know each one of your experience, how you felt attending today's session. Please give your valuable feedback about today's session. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you'll all try to practice this mantra meditation. Do come for the Yoga for Happiness workshop. We have a team of volunteers outside this venue. They will be here for the rest of the day, and they will help you out with the Yoga for Happiness workshop registration. We also have interesting books in different languages. One book that I would really recommend you to explore is IQ, EQ, SQ, the 3 dimensions of human intelligence. It's a very small book. You can explore it outside in the counter. So I thank all the persons, the management here, and who actually gave us an opportunity to address all of you. And I thank all of them, and I also thank each one of you for sitting patiently and listening through the session. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. Now I would like to call upon Nishkala, Joint Secretary of Sikasa Bengaluru, to present the vote of thanks.
Hare Krishna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Sikasa Bengaluru, I would like to take this opportunity to thank His Grace Sri Vigrahadasa Swamiji for giving us such a wonderful session today on the art of mind control. Thank you, Swamiji, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us. Your words were simple, yet so powerful. You explained such a deep topic in a way that all of us could easily understand and relate to. The examples you gave, the stories you shared, and the spiritual messages you conveyed really touched our hearts. In today's world, where the mind is full of stress, confusion, and distractions, your session reminded us that peace and clarity are possible when we turn towards spirituality and connect with Krishna. We are truly grateful to you for inspiring us, guiding us, and most importantly, reminding us to take care of our inner world. Your presence today has made a big impact, and we will surely try to apply these teachings in our daily life. On behalf of everyone here, once again, thank you so much, Swamiji. Hare Krishna.
Now I would like to call upon Bangalore Branch Chairman C.A. Manjunath M. Hallur to felicitate His Grace Sri Vigrahadasa with a memento. let us now officially sign off for the day. My part and his part is done here. Now I would like to call upon Pavan and Sanjana for the next session.
ಹಾಯ್ ಹಲೋ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ.
ಓ ಸಂಜನಾ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸಮಾಚಾರ?
ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿರಬಾರ್ದಾ?
ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸಮಾಚಾರ ಇರಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ?
ಏನ್ ಸಮಾಚಾರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಿಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ವಿತ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ದಟ್ ಹಿಟ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎವ್ರಿ CA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್.
ಓ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವಾಗಾದರೂ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲೂ ಬೋರಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಅಟೆಂಡೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ.
From teaching in Kochi to Chennai, Udupi to Tumkur, he's trained over 10,000 students across South India.
If you ever thought Netflix was addictive, wait till you sit through his slides. His storytelling, a perfect 10 on 10. And his energy in the class, it's better than your pre-result panic.
And speaking of experiences, he's a certified open water diver, high altitude trekker, and he's the man who gave his voice to animated videos as a kid.
A partner at Naren and Vikshit Chartered Accountants and also an educator at Yashas Academy.
RCB fans, make some noise because this man has been saying Isala Cup Namde even before it trended.
And from this year onwards, friends, what do we say? Isa Cup? Woo! Correct!
So let's do this right. Put your phones down, lift your energy up, and get ready to cheer the so-called accounts man and brace yourselves for a powerful dive into setting goals for success in exams and life.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the unstoppable CA Rajwardhan sir. Requesting the chairman of Sikasa Bengaluru CA Nishchal sir to escort CA Rajwardhan sir onto the stage.
Namaste, sir. Fantastic.
Requesting CA sir, CA Nishchal sir to hand over the planter to CA Rajwardhan sir.
Thank you, Nishchal sir. So buckle up for a session that will not just motivate you, but transform the way you think about your goals and life.
Let's give a thunderous round of applause for the one and only Rajwardhan sir. Sir, the stage is all yours.
That was a really nice welcome. Thank you, guys. I've heard this beautiful song which goes like Kannu Teredu Kanuva. Sing along, sing along. Sing it along with me. My throat is a little bad since last 4 days. You know the reason. So how does the song go? Okay, Appu fans in the house, sing it along with me. What does it say? Kannu Teredu Kanuva. Kanase. So, do you really see dreams when you are awake? I saw one. It was 3rd of June. I woke up with an amazing dream. I still can't believe. What is this? Now, why are you guys cheering for my dream? Like, did you also have the same dream in your night that day? And I'll tell you what was more in that dream, okay? I woke up next morning and I figured out to feel like there's something else also in my dream. I was there, witnessing the entire game at Ahmedabad. I have a question for all of you. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Shout me loud enough to make me feel awake that it was not a dream. So, 2025 is the year in which the dream not just of me or not just those 11 players who were on the field, not just the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, but the dream of RCB fans across the globe that came alive. What did they do so different this year that the dream came alive? Did they dream only this year? No, it's been dream ever since I can recall. From the times of 2008, I cried in 2009. I cried harder in 2011. 2016, don't even ask. I didn't come out of the room for 2 days. Because we were so close when it was in Bangalore. But 2025, everything came alive. So, it was a goal that we set really, really long ago, but which came alive in this year. Let's keep RCB aside for some time. I know it's hard, but we have to. All of us also have goals in life, but if you really, really think that some idiot is going to walk on the stage and then talk to you for 60 minutes and is going to tell you how will your dreams, how will your goals come alive, I'm not that person. Don't expect me to do that miracle for you. But I am not here to give you gyan. I'm not here to tell you what should you do right. I'm not big enough to tell you how to do really well in life. I'm pretty young to do that. But I can tell you something what I would have told myself a while ago. And I know I don't want you to keep all of this in heart, because sometime someone tried to tell us from heart with love something bad about our language and we took it to our brain. So all I would want to tell you people is, I am having a conversation with an older myself. 10 years ago, if there was a Rajvardhan, that 10-year-old, the Rajvardhan 10 years ago was not very confident, was not very sure of things, was little scared, was little anxious, was afraid if he'll make it through till here or not. So that Rajvardhan, if it gets to me who I am today, what is the piece of advice that I would give myself? Unfortunately, the science has not evolved enough to make us a time machine, but if one exists, and if I catch one, and if I go back 10 years, what would I tell my old self? So this next 30, 40 minutes, whatever is going to be, it's not going to be me to you, it's going to be me to old myself. So whatever I'm going to tell, don't take it to your heart, okay? All pooky minds there. All I would want you to do is, nim heartal jaga ilde irbodu, talel jaga kali ide tane. Keep it in your heart, keep it in your mind, and take me as one person talking to another person in his old times. So shall we get started? So the first question that I had with myself when I started studying for CA exams is, a brilliant, smart senior of mine told, only 20% of the people will actually make it. Meaning, if 100 people stay in the denominator writing the examination, how many of them will elevate themselves to the numerator? It's only 20. It's like me telling you that it's almost 11:30. In an hour and a half now, you'll start feeling hungry. You'll all head to the lunch counter expecting the same lunch or such nicer lunch what you had yesterday. If I tell you that only 20% of them will get lunch, meaning out of 2,000 of you here, do the quick math, you know you have to run really hard to grab that plate. A scene which is similar to what happened at Chinnaswamy might happen today. There at least to hold the cup, today to hold a plate, man. Same is the case with our exam. Do you all agree? So we all know it. Yeah, that 20% is the pass. Yeah, sometimes it's 12, sometimes it's 18. On an average, I find the number 20 very exciting, so I tell 20. So out of every 100 students who write, 20 of them will pass. I don't really know if I have it enough in me from the denominator of 100 people who write the exam to climb up the ladder with hard work to reach the numerator. Because there is that thin line of difference between numerator and denominator. And only a fraction of people will make it. I didn't know if I had it in me. So it was the year 2016 when I got a call. And this call is what I'm going to pick now. Can I pick this call now? This call came from someone really special. And I asked this person, hello Virat, big fan boss, big fans. I love you. I love you the way you blow kisses at Anushka. Sorry, I love the way you blow the shots against the Aussie bowlers. I love the way you show that aggression and intent against maybe England, Africa or Australia. I have one problem of mine. I know you don't understand much about accounts, finance, or taxation, but I still do know that you have faced challenges and you overcome them. Virat, can you please tell me, is it worth writing this exam when the pass percentage is only 20? You know what did he tell? I'll give you a hint. This was the year 2016. He told, sometimes it's just 1%, and that 1% is good enough. And we have with us 20%. Don't you think you have enough to make it to the top 20? If you fail in 2016, big deal. 2025 is waiting for you. And 2025 is just the beginning. It's going to be a count of victories that we're going to gain, is what Mo Baba told. That we're going to make it again in 2026. We're going to make it again in 2027. We're going to get those 3 hat-trick cups which no team ever did. Our state might not be in the top in the list, but we're still slightly above another state in the map, if you guys can remember. So if they did it twice back to back, we can do it 3 times back to back. So remember that 20% is way better, and you can definitely make it in the top 20. And this pushed me slightly forward to go ahead and give more attempts than what I had given in the past. And just to give you a matter of fact, I didn't clear my exam in the first go. Going to the next one. The another question that I had is, I had really good friends, a lot of them to be precise. And these friends always did way better than me. They were much cooler than me, they went out more than me, they partied more than me, but they cleared off exam with so much of ease. And I am here struggling really hard just to score that 40, 50. I see myself, I don't see them, no? I see myself in the mirror, and I was working really hard, and I was struggling to score this 40, 50. I see other friends of mine, so flamboyant, so cool, so chill, just like hero in a movie. They used to come out, score a rank, and then like walked off as if it didn't take much of hard work. They used to walk off as if they never cried. They used to walk off as if they never shed any amount of tears or sweat. I think among you also you have those friends who scored ranks, no? You feel like they got it all easy. That's what even I was thinking. Only till the time I went back to another piece of information, what Virat told in one of the interviews. So I'll give you a question to think, okay? I'm not going to ask you to answer this. You can have an answer in your mind. So look at this. Please excuse me for a small error. It's a red ball with blue jersey. I do know, I still can't get over the fact that he won't touch that red ball anymore, so I intentionally put a red ball. If not, you guys know it. On Canva, it's a matter of 10 seconds to change that color to white. I intentionally put it red. So, do you think this is an easy catch to take, or is it a very difficult catch to take? Pretty easy catch, isn't it? His hands are exactly right below the ball. His eyes are looking at the ball. And it's a matter of another 10 seconds, and the ball would be in his hand, and you'd see him doing this. It depends upon the opponent. If the opponent is someone who's done more, then he would do much more. And I can't take the names. He might take a name of an England cricketer also after. But I'll show you another slide. Check this out. What do you think is the odds of catching this? Little tough? Tough like our exam? Now, if in case he pulls this off, we would call it very difficult catch taken. Do you agree with me? Now, among these two, if you'd have to pick, with the previous one and this one, which do you think is easy? The first one or the second one? The first one is pretty easy. In one of the interview, Virat told this beautiful statement. He told, when you watch that catch at the TV sitting on your sofa, you always feel that the catch is easy. But what makes the catch easy is how quick you move from point A to point B. I'm at point A. The ball is going to land at point B. If I cover this ground A to B super quick, I'm going to stand there, catch the ball easy. If I make it really slow from point A, I might have to put my hands out and dive to it to make it look difficult. So what makes a catch easy is how quick you travel from point A to point B. Coming slightly far from the cricket, our game of exam is also like cricket. All those kids who make scoring rank pretty easy, or those people who start on day one, they hustle every night, reach the point B way before everyone else when rest of them are still at point A. In that last 1 week, they watch a movie, they go play cricket, they sleep for 10 hours, they still catch it all easy. But what I was doing wrong, like might be with many of you here, I'm still at point A. And in the last 1 week or 1 month, I might have to dive all my might, and still there is chance of catching, and sometimes I might still drop it. So, starting early and reaching that point be in time will make the catch look pretty easy. So, my friend, all those friends of yours who score a rank, they start early when a lot of us are still thinking of starting. Thinking of starting is not starting. Planning to start is not starting. Saying that I'll start tomorrow is also not starting. Only starting is the real start. So how many of us start early is the question. And I am not telling something that you should take it to heart. I told you, I'm telling something what you should keep it in your mind because it's empty. If in case you already filled it with subject and knowledge, you would not need any piece of advice from me, and it's matter of time where you will be here giving a lecture to another 2,000 students telling them how did you pull it off and how should they do it. So are we in the game? Another question that I had with me is that, okay, fine, I've made my mistakes, I've learned from my mistakes, now it's too short. We're in the month of June, July, August, September, 3 months. I don't think I can do anything seriously crazy in 3 months. I don't think I can pull off a rank. But what I can do is plan for January. I'll come out really hard. January, I'll go to institute today and then put a poster. Stop aiming for rank 1 because it's going to be mine. Think of rank 2 if you would want. Hey, we see, September exam is 3 months away. But think about half of June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Oh my God, I can't even count it with one hand. It's about 7, tala for a reason. Let me finish it in style. I'll score a rank next year. This season, let me just play those deliveries off and then try and test. Is that the right approach that you guys should have? I thought so. I thought skipping attempt is a valid option. Valid option. So I'll skip my exam in September. I'll write my exam in January and think of scoring a rank instead of just passing in September. So when I had this doubt in my mind, there are a lot of times I thought of giving up the examination. If in case the present me gets to talk that old doubted me who thought of skipping at attempts, no, what I would tell myself is something pretty simple. The story of a big bull talking to a baby bull. So let's call it big and baby. So there's a big bull, the mama bull, which is talking to the baby. It's asking the baby, baby, what is your biggest fear? The baby tells, Mama, my biggest fear is lion. Whenever I sleep, I feel like a lion will come pounce on me and then attack me. Then the big bull says, pretty good. When I was a baby, even I had such nightmares. So the big bull asks the baby bull, what would you do if a lion attacks you? The baby bull told, pretty simple, run. Isn't it? What would you do? Would you stand there to fight a lion? It would be madness. Simple suggestion, that simple answer or simple action that I would have to take is turn my back and run as fast as I can, as fast as I can run, not to win the race, but to save my life. But at this point, the mama had a thought to tell. The mama, the big bull, told the baby bull, when the God made you, God left your back open with no defense mechanism. Your flesh is tender at the back. You have no attacking mechanism at the back. So the moment you show your back and then run, it's so easy peasy lemon squeezy for a lion. You just have to pounce on your back, couple of bites. When you're suffering in pain, one more bigger push, there you go. Your neck, buddy. I'm going to bite it, and you're going to get suffocated. And when you're down, I'm going to put lemon, salt, and little more spice on it, roast you down, and have you like a barbecue. But what's right that you should do when the lion attacks you is not show your back and then run. Because the way you have the fear of dying, exactly is the same way a lion also has the fear of dying. Show up your face, use those horns, lock those horns and then threaten the tiger or the lion. Lion also is scared of death. If in case you get the aim right, you pierce into the rib cage of the lion, into its heart, and it doesn't really matter whether it is a lion or a bull, when you pierce into the heart, it has to come down. So that's your chance. Scare that lion. See the fear face on face and not get scared away and then run. Because if you choose to run once, you might choose to run once again. So when you know that there is an option to skip an attempt, you will always feel like that option is there with you next time. The only way to ensure that you don't give up is show up there and then write your examination. At max, what would happen? You would fail. Big deal. Even if you would have not written the exam, you would have still failed. So in order to pass the exam, you would have to write it. You cannot say that I'll sacrifice one and then pass the next time. So show up to the examination at that very time and write your examination. At max, what would happen? You would fail. Big deal. Even if you would have not written the exam, you would have still failed. So in order to pass the exam, you would have to write it. You cannot say that I'll sacrifice one and then pass the next time. So show up to the examination at that very time and you have higher chance of clearing. A lot of people in the house who wrote their examination this May would agree with me. How many of you in the house wrote their exam this May? Give me a cheer. Fantastic. They didn't expect that the second group and first group will have so much of gap. Who registered for second group but never studied second group? Thanks to Pakistan for all the bad things that they did. But little good that they did for CA exams. That exams got postponed by good 10, 12 days. Who never prepared for group 2 got good 10, 12 days. And I heard from a lot of people that, sir, I was not very confident of group 2, but 12 days was a blessing. I studied costing 3 days, audit 2, 3 days, SM 1.5, 2 days, and FM done. I think I can clear group 2 now. See, all that happened with intervention of the divine power. But for the divine power to come and intervene, you would have to give all that you have at first. If you had registered only for one group, and the exam got postponed by 10 days, tell me, what is it that you can do? Can you pull off a miracle? Will the institute allow you to file the examination form 10 days before the exam? Definitely no. So for all these miracles to happen, you would have to be prepared and you would have to enroll and then give your examination of both groups every time, though you have not prepared for it. And this was the answer that I would tell myself if I had an opportunity to talk to my old self. The next doubt that I had with me is, every time I don't clear and go to an exam again, there is something new coming in the exam. DTIDT, don't ask. That is ever-changing subject. And what's weird these days is, in other subjects also there's something new coming. Some new mock test paper, which has a question which I've never seen in class. Some new amendment in Companies Act, which I have to read all again. So all this pressure of things getting changed every damn time is going to put me down and make me feel like, no man, it's not going to happen. I'm going to give one good attempt now. If I fail, I'm not writing this exam again. Whenever I had this kind of thought, is again something which brought me down. I don't know how many of you had a similar kind of thought, like every time I need to buy a new set of books, every time I need to check with someone, is there any change, is there any change, is there any change, as if someone told you that change should come from within. If I had an opportunity to talk to my old self, I would tell myself this story. A beautiful story of a boy and girl. Not the kind of story that you're expecting with this in it. But it is a story where a boy who loved cookies and a girl who loved chocolates. And this boy had an entire jar of cookies and the girl had an entire jar of chocolates. But how many cookies can you eat? Come on, man. You all know diminishing marginal utility. At a point of time, this guy was so fed up about cookies that he was not excited about cookies anymore. Now to him, what looked exciting is not the girl, the jar of chocolates that she has. Small boy, huh? Okay. So he was looking at it. Girl saw him looking at the jar of chocolates. So she did tell him, do you want to try the chocolates? And the boy told, yes, because the girl also wanted to try the cookies. So they cracked a deal. I'll give you all the cookies I have. You give me all the chocolates you have. Fair enough. So the boy gave the jar of cookies what he had. He got the jar of chocolates that he got. After that, he checked his pocket. He had kept the 2 best cookies in his pocket. Why? Like, little does she know how many cookies are there in the jar. So he slided 2 cookies into the pocket and then he gave the rest of the cookies and he collected a jar of chocolate. He was happy that he kept 2 cookies with him and also got the entire jar of chocolates. Moments later, he was taken aback by a small doubt. Wait, like how I kept 2 cookies in my pocket, what if she has also kept 2 best chocolates in her pocket? No, that's a moment of worry. So the mom looked at this boy and like, why are you so concerned? Why do you look little upset? He explained the entire story. And that's when the mom says, it's pretty simple. Till the time you don't give all that you have, you always feel like you don't get all that's out there. Till the time you don't finish that 100% of the syllabus, till the time you don't revise entire 100% of the syllabus, till the time you don't write that 124 marks, okay, let's call it 100 marks in the exam, you can't expect every question in the exam to be known to you. For you to know every question that comes in the paper, you need to read the book cover to cover, every book given by the institute, every small publication, every RTP, every MTP, every question paper. The day you don't give your 100%, don't expect 100% of marks back in return. So you get what you give, get ready to give your 100%, and that's the only point of time wherein you can expect 100. Don't expect anything before that. And this you would agree. Okay, fine, all the motivation you saw, 2, 3 Pradeep Ishwar reels, you saw some Sandeep Maheshwari also, ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಓದಬೇಕು ಮಗ, ಹೆಂಗ್ ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಓದಬೇಕು. ಯು ಆರ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಸ್ಡ್. You were impressed. I'm like, okay, fine. Say, like, Pradeep Anna has told I should study. You open the book and you sit to study. I also did. Not exactly Pradeep, sure, but I also saw some motivational videos. I sat to study. But that motivational video will take you only till the time you open the book, man. I hope you agree. The moment I opened the book, no, what used to bother me is, whatever I'm reading right now, will this come in the exam? Hey, I don't want to read what will not come in the exam and waste my time and energy. Instead, I can go play with my friends. No? Okay, if in case I read this and I understand, will I be able to remember it till exam? Fine, I remembered it till exam. Will I be able to write the answer in the exam? Okay, fine. Let's say 3 check boxes right. I wrote the answer right in the exam. Will the evaluator correct it right, or has the evaluator fought with his wife before he came to the correction, and will he cut only my marks? Like, my luck is so bad that I might lose the marks. Or even if the evaluator corrects, what if when the numbers are posted to the mark sheet, it's posted incorrectly? Or fine, let that also go my way. They put the numbers correctly in my mark sheet, but what if I become one such crying soul who plays the victim card of telling that I passed all the papers, but I lost in aggregate? Lot of things should go your way, no, to pass. I'm like, then how do I handle all of this? A pretty simple answer that I would tell myself. You seen this movie? For those who have not seen the movie, I'm sorry. You can watch it once your examination is over. You can imagine a movie, any movie that you've seen with a hero very badly wounded on the bed. You think movie is over and it's interval time. So the villain has an upper hand, villain shot the hero in front of all of them who believed him to be a hero. Hero is now on the bed looking like that's going to be the end of the movie. Like, have you seeing the number of slides left? You also seeing the clock on the watch, like watch on your hand, and you know that still 1.5 hours of movie is left. But you still get tense, no? For the first time when you see the movie, when the hero gets punched by the villain and hero is on the deathbed there, you feel like, oh my God, Adira gedbidtana? Rocky Sattogtana? You still have an element of doubt. But that's always for the first time you watch the movie. Let's say you are watching KGF movie second time. I've seen it many number of times. I hope many of you also. When you watch the movie second time, in that anxious moment where the villain is killing the hero or villain is attacking the hero, you won't get tense. You're like, I know. Even if the villain hits the hero now, climaxally hero ne gelodu. At the end, hero will make an amazing comeback and all happy and hero will win. We all know that. Because I've seen the full movie, I can tell you this. You are only at the interval stage. At the end, no, the movie is amazing and the hero wins. So now the question that you should all have in your mind is, are you the hero in the movie? Trust me, because I've seen the entire movie, at the end it's all going to be worth it. Even if one of the check boxes go wrong, hero will come back strong once again with multiple fights, multiple bullets, multiple people will sacrifice, and at the end, surely hero will be victorious. So, whenever you have an element of self-doubt when you're studying, remember that's not the climax, that's just an interval. And at the end, you're going to win. Like how you don't give up in the middle of a movie, expecting the hero to win at the last. Don't give up in your life, don't give up in your career, don't give up in your preparations. Remember that at the end, it's all going to be happy. If it's not happy, it's not the end. We know it, huh? Why we're doing what we're doing. Like, I know one fine day if I become a chartered accountant, I can get a wholesome money in my purse. I can make exciting holidays. I can be really doing whatever things I would want to do. But it's really the people around us. Your mom, your sister, your dad, your dear friends. They would always feel like, did this guy bite a piece that he can't chew? Nunga kagala. You will choke to death because it gets stuck in your mouth. Ugla kagala. Why? If you spit, it will fall on the floor. You can't pick it up and eat again. So all these souls were actually genuinely in love with you, who wants you to do really well. They almost try to tell you, see, I love you, my child. It's okay if you don't pass. There are plenty of things that you can do in life. Why don't you give your life another chance and try something else? It's okay if you're not a CA. You're still my son, you're still my daughter. You're still my friend, you're still my husband. Why don't you give up and try something else in life? At that point of time, you really feel like giving up because what's more important is the people who live with you and not the dream that you see me. If I get an opportunity to go back to tell myself, I would tell me, the old me, to tell all the loved ones out there, yes, I know I've taken a bite more than I can chew. But let me put it across this way. My bones might hurt trying to swallow. I might be scared that I might be choked to death if I try to swallow. I might feel little hesitant to spit it out because it's going to be dusty when it falls. But let the records put it straight. I spit it, I took it back into my mouth, I chewed it till the time I can, let my bones crush, I'm going to swallow, I'm going to digest. But let me do it shy way, but I did it my way. And at the end, when you digest it and then shit it out, no, that feels really nice. The best feeling that you have in the day is after that complete shitting is out, like oh fine, I'm all clean now, man. There's no shit inside me. So let that shit go, let it go through your mouth. So bite it, chew it. Don't be hesitant to spit it if you can't digest the complete thing. Don't be hesitant to take it back into your mouth and then chew it, because at the end it's going to be shit that's going to go out. So get shit done. And don't ever feel like you couldn't chew it through. And I made it through. And I would totally believe, like, if someone like me who's so lazy can make it through, anybody in the house can make it through with ease. Because I am such an idiot who can't sit for 15-20 minutes and then study straight. I had all that you can say, that to do everything else in the world other than just studying. I love to go out, I love to play, I love to sing, I love to anything else other than studying. So if I could make it through, all of you can. And I've come to the last part. You can see the number of slides. Like, okay, fine, done. Okay, even bega mugustane. So I have GIF playing in the background. Can you guess what exactly is this GIF trying to portray? It's making an image. I could have put an image. I intentionally put this GIF for a reason, stating that the image never looks complete. Throughout, it's on the verge of getting completed, but it's yet to complete. That's what we call in our language as infinity. But let me take you slightly back. Before the word infinity came, when the West was still in the trees as a monkey, our civilization did exist. And we never called it infinity. We called it Purnam. Little awkward. No? Even I was surprised when I heard it last time. Someone told me that the word Purnam is a relative word to infinity, because in our culture there is nothing which is infinite. We call it Purnam, complete. Just because I don't see it at the end doesn't mean that there is no end. There is always an end. Just because I don't see it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And the quote goes like, I'll put the quote, but I'll tell you that my last piece of words that I wanted to tell. So, Purnam adah purnamida purnameva udachyate purnasya purnamadhyaya purnameva vishishtate. So this says that Purnam means infinity in our language of communication. So that and this, both are infinites. So whether you go on this end or that end, both the ends what you have is infinite. Adah, idah means both the ends. And the interpretation that I make out of this is, what you've done so far in life is infinite number of achievements. If any one of you in the house has been called on to the dais to tell the number of achievements that you've done all your life, I don't think we have enough time. Standing upon your feet was an achievement. Talking was an achievement. Opening your eyes to recognize people was an achievement. Running was an achievement. Swimming was an achievement. Cycling is an achievement. Clearing your LKG exam is also an achievement. So the number of things that you've done in the past is an achievement. Like, you've done things in the past. Infinite number of things that you've done in the past. Neither do I nor do you know all things that you've done. And way ahead, number of things that you can do in the future is also infinite. And if we deduct this infinity with that infinity, what remains is also infinity. There are infinite number of opportunities waiting for all of you to grab outside this room. I want you all to be ready to grab them, and I want you to see today's day of your life not as a game or a battle that you're struggling, but it is a preparation of a game. I'll take you slightly before the times of Virat Kohli, where I'll take you back to my childhood hero, Sachin Tendulkar. 2011 World Cup, when we won, Sachin Tendulkar was not in the best of the forms. Not in the best of the forms. There was every damn reason to drop him from the team. But he was picked to the team. And you know, the big stage there, he did really well in the matches that was required for him to perform. And you know what happened after. Dhoni hit that 6, and we got that cup home. Oh, it was already at home though. So, everyone believed in Sachin Tendulkar that day, Not because he had done really well in the last 10 months, 12 months, but he was a big match player. Meaning, bigger the occasion, better he stands up and then performs, no matter how much down in his life he is. Same with all of us. Remember that you are a big match player. You might not have scored a rank in the past. You might not have won awards in the past. You might not have got big recognitions in the past. Remember that everything that has happened in your life till now is just a build-up for that big day. And the day you get that big day, my friend, you're going to count every single night that you sacrificed, every drop of sweat that you put in your handkerchief, and every drop of tears that your pillow knows will all count, and you'll come out victorious. And there'll be a house full of people clapping for you because you didn't give up in the beginning. You worked your way through and made it big at the end. And when you study for your exam as well, remember a pretty simple thing, that you're not studying only for an exam. Studying to serve the clients and serve the country. We might skip couple of concepts in the class, couple of concepts for exam, but when the client comes to you, you can't tell, sorry, ಇದು 2 marks ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. My friend knows. If you tell that, you will never have that 1 lakh in your pocket as an invoice, because once you are a chartered accountant, people expect you to know everything, and you tell no thus to something that you don't know, all that they would say is, yellow by mistake pass ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. With all the hard work, you should not be counted as someone who passed by mistake. So, only thing that I have to tell all of you people is, this is the piece of advice that I gave myself. I would have given myself if I get back to go back in time. Today, after the class is over, after this entire session is over, go back home, lock the room, sit with yourself, and have a conversation. If 10 years later, you become successful, and that successful you takes a time machine to come back, what would be the piece of advice that you would give to yourself? Because I believe anybody in the house can come here and then give an hour lecture as to what to do really well in life. But like I mentioned before, all that really matters is not thinking of the right thing, but it is doing the goddamn right thing at that very moment. So remember, life isn't a battle to be struggling, it's a game to be enjoyed. Till the time you're learning something and you're having fun, it's all good. The day you guys stop learning or stop having fun, trust me, you might start struggling because you might be in a battle. So thumb rule to stay happy is pretty simple, is to stay in the game. So for one last time on this day, I have just one simple question for all of you. Are we in the game? I want a louder answer. Are we in the game? Are we in the game? Thank you, thank you. So, this stage is really special for me because I told this last time, I'll tell this again. I was once rejected as a student speaker because a lot of them did really, really well. But thanks to all my teachers, thanks to all of them who supported me, that I've reached here. And I'm very proud and I'm very happy to say this, that people who spoke yesterday, people who are going to talk today, right, slightly after me also, all of them are people who inspired me to reach wherever here. So my level of bowings to all the people who done pretty well to bear me and support me. Wishing you all the luck in everything that you do. That's me, C.A. Rajwardhan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for that incredibly powerful and purposeful session. You've helped us look at goals not as pressure points, but as possibilities.
From real-life examples to practical strategies, every student here is walking away with something valuable. And just like RCB fan says, Isala Cup namde, today we'll say Isala growth namde. Audience, howda alva? You've definitely ignited the spark in us, sir.
Yes, sir, we really appreciate the energy and honesty you brought into this room.
As we wrap up this inspiring session, it's time to acknowledge the man who made it all possible. I now request Sri Nishchal sir and Sri Raksha to felicitate Rajwardhan sir for gracing us with his presence today. Come on, guys!
ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ ನಮ್ದೆ.
I now request Sachin to come forward and deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello, Bangalore. Good afternoon. Now you just meet the power of generator of powers, energy, and enthusiasm. Now this is my time. It is truly honor for me to deliver vote of thanks for enriching skill up session on behalf of our Sikasa committee. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, C.A. Rajvardhan sir, and for sharing his invaluable insights for setting up goals for success in exam and life. Your session was not just information, but also inspiring, providing us with the practical strategy to scale both personal and academic life. I believe, and I like to leave you with a beautiful thought. Success is the sum of small efforts and repeated goal day in, day out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sachin. I would now hand over the mic to the next set of MCs, Reshu and Satvik.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody, please take your seats.
Everyone, please occupy your seats. Let's support the speakers of the next session. Reshu, what knowledge session is it now?
Satvik, it's about artificial intelligence and technology.
Welcome back, delegates. You are now entering the artificial intelligence and technology zone. Please silence your devices, your thoughts, and your dreams. Sleep mode, OFF. Focus mode initiated.
Oh, please, Satvik, you don't know how to sound like a robot.
Okay then, we have Gemini for you. Gemini, please welcome the people of Sikasa, Bengaluru.
Welcome back. Welcome back, delegates. You are now entering the Artificial Intelligence and Technology Zone. Please silence your devices, your thoughts, and your dream. Distraction mode, OFF. Focus mode, initiated. Error 404, audience not found. Too many side C.
Oh no, this is why real humans still run the show. Let me handle this. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the technical session now. I am Reshu.
I am Satvik Prabhu. We hope you are recharged, not just physically, but also mentally.
We are going to dive deep into the world, what happens when intelligence, both artificial and actual, enters into the world of finance, audit, frauds, and cybersecurity.
Now, before we begin, let's play a little riddle.
Here it goes. I speak in global forums from Geneva to Dubai.
I decode cybersecurity while rest of the world just cries. Sobit, Soso, DISA, CISA, Chartered Accountancy, all of these are my playthings.
In the world of AI and risk, I have trained and earned my wings. I have trained over 25,000 minds and counting.
While my degrees just keep on mounting.
So tell me, who am I?
If you guess ChatGPT, you're quite near there, but not quite there.
We are talking about the tech sage, the audit ninja.
It's none other than
C.A.
C.A.
Narasimhan
Elangovan, sir. Let's continue the applause. I now welcome the Sikasa chairman, Nischal sir, to escort the session chairman on the dais. I also request paper presenters Shreya, Parjaisha and Manya Agarwal onto the dais and requesting the Joint Secretary of Sikasa to escort the paper presenters.
I request Manjunath sir to present our session chairman with the live plant. Let the applause keep coming.
May I now take the privilege to introduce C.A. Narasimhan sir, a name synonymous with integrity, innovation and insight in the world of assurance and emerging tech, with a portfolio spanning IS assurance, data analytics, cyber security, forensic audit and data privacy laws. He stands at the intersection of audit and innovation, bridging governance with next-gen technologies. He is a faculty for DISA, CSAN, blockchain courses and has authorized over 4 insightful books published by ICI, KCAA, and others. He is also a partner at Ken & Co. He is also ranked in the 20% globally in the CISA exams and has mentored over 25,000 plus professionals in information security, cyber security, and beyond. Put your hands together to welcome the person who has traveled and given speeches all around the world from Dubai to Geneva, Singapore to Nairobi. He has addressed over 10 countries, leaving behind not just applauses but inspiration. When he speaks, the world listens.
We request C.A. Narasimhan sir to set the tone for this session. Over to you, sir.
A very happy and a good afternoon, everybody. I know it's a little overwhelming when you have back-to-back sessions enriched with knowledge as well as inspiration and motivation. Probably a little more than 14, 15 years, I was sitting one amongst the participants there as a student. Way back then, focusing on accounting, IFRS, and I don't know what not. But if I look forward after a decade and a half, I realize that I've chosen a road which probably very often people do not opt for. The road not taken. The domain of technology in the last few years has significantly changed the way we actually started doing work. The element of AI or the intelligence which the machines have only increased in the last few days. From your Ghibli images which you are generating, right, to probably answering that shortest answer which your college teacher asked, or maybe your principal asked at office, immediately going to a chat GPTs of the world and trying to search. Technology has changed, especially the way we actually started working. So much so, today, most of the people, their default homepage is no longer Google, it is ChatGPT. Right? That is some fundamental shift which has happened. And if we thought that Google cannot be disrupted, there is a company who comes forward and say we can disrupt. Just like you thought that Amazon cannot be disrupted, a company like Zepto comes into picture. So things are changing drastically in this very interesting world. And with intelligence coming into picture, the real question is, what does it mean for a professional? As a chartered accountant, do I have to study the entire Companies Act? Do I have to know the entire accounting standards when probably a GPT can answer them, right? We will address them towards the end. But this session is something which is very relevant, which is more forward and future looking, because of the options and the plethora of choices which it is going to give you in future. Who knows, probably from you, we might have prompt engineers of the future, we might probably have AI architects, or more interestingly, functional domain experts. These are all interesting terminologies which are evolving. Let's see how the future is. And with that as a background and the context, I'll request these young minds to come and share their thoughts. No doubt they've put in a lot of efforts in terms of scrutinizing, identifying, and coming up to the stage. So before even they start, I want all of you to give a good round of applause to encourage them. And let's hear from them, their perspectives, and I'll try to give my perspective towards the end. You can get started. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights.
You know, Reshu, with the way AI is advancing, I'm starting to think robots will not just do our work, they might start robbing us too. I'm really scared, Reshu.
Imagine checking your bank account and seeing 10,000 rupees transferred to ChatGPT for emotional damage.
Haha, exactly. And the bank just replies, transaction seems intelligent, hence approved.
Our next presenter is not just an aspiring CA, she is also a trained Carnatic singer. Yes, she can detect a fraud and hit the raga at the same breath.
Curious about everything, from forensics to mythology, audit to art. Our next speaker is a true left brain, right brain prodigy.
Let's welcome Shreya SC, presenting her paper on fraud in the age of intelligence, AI, and forensics.
Let's give her a huge round of applause. And maybe also ask for a music performance later. Thank you. Over to you, Shreya.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Imagine this. It's January 2009, a boardroom in Hyderabad. But boardroom is silent in a strange and frightening manner. Why? Because the board heard something like this previous night. 7,000 crores, fake invoices, and non-existing employees. All audited, all undetected. This is the story of Satyam Computers, one of India's biggest IT giants, collapsing overnight. Now, stop imagining and start thinking. What if one AI algorithm was checking the entire books? Anomaly detection, pattern recognition, and real-time alerts. Would the fraud have gone unnoticed for so many years? Would investors' trust have collapsed overnight? So, this isn't a hypothetical question, but it's a missed opportunity. Which brings us to our topic, fraud in the age of intelligence, AI, and forensics. Today, we'll be exploring how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing forensic accounting when AI meets forensics. Before we dive in, let me introduce myself. I am Shreya Srikanth, and today I'm not here just as a speaker, but a storyteller of numbers, where digits dance with truth and algorithms become the guardians of trust. I take this opportunity to acknowledge our session chairperson Narasar and all the bright minds sitting here. It's my privilege to be with you. Let me establish the foundation. What is forensic accounting? It is beyond the traditional methods of auditing. Forensic accounting is a financial investigation where you use both magnifying glass and a microscope. It's when accounting principles meet legal requirements and auditors transform into financial detectives. We trace fraudulent transactions, uncover manipulations, and deep dive into financial webs, which is hidden, and also act as an expert witness in the courtroom of justice. But let us accept about the current challenges. Traditional auditing requires incredible amount of efforts. We'll have to analyze manual transactions manual 1,000 transactions, physically verify invoices, and also uncover complex ownership structures, and also dig deep into piles of emails. Well, this approach is slow, reactive, and tragically late. This brings us to the next challenge. How big is fraud? Fraud has evolved dramatically. No more fake bills or mysteriously missing files. Fraud has evolved dramatically that it is sophisticated and hidden among the AI. So let's get into numbers. Globally, 4.2 trillion dollars of amounts are lost due to fraud, and in India alone, 52% of the organizations have reported fraud in last 2 years. What are we using to fight these frauds? Manual checks. Oh, it takes time. And audits happen late and mistakes go unnoticed. It's like scanning the entire stadium with a flashlight, but what we need is a spotlight. Here comes the entry of our superhero, artificial intelligence. So, doesn't it look like Prabhas's entry from the movie Bahubali? Hesa Rudrasa. Well, AI is a true game changer. It doesn't just help auditors to do audit faster, but it also helps in stopping the audit or preventing audit. It can scan hundreds of transactions in minutes, flag duplicate invoices, tell when an employee logs in from 2 different places, and also can give you information about when a vendor's prices increases overnight. Well, now let's meet AI's forensic superheroes, starting with machine learning and anomaly detection. Machine learning is a core AI technology that is used in forensic accounting. It is a model that analyzes all the financial data, which helps in detecting which are the fraudulent transactions and which are the legitimate ones. Well, anomaly detection is a method that is used to spot the transactions which does not belong to the historical patterns. Oh, looks too technical, right? Let me simplify this to you. It's like spotting or placing 9,99,999 payment just below a 10 lakh approval limit. And anomaly detection takes the place of ACP Pratyuman from the CID, who says, Daya, kuch na kuch to gadbad zarur hai. Now, made it simple? Well, let's move on to the next one. Natural language processing. This is powerful and my favorite. It can analyze all your emails, chats, and internal communication and analyze which of these transactions or which of these conversations has suspicion in it. So it flags the suspicion. It's like a company's own lie detector, silently scanning each word. Moving on to robotic process automation. RPA is something that will change the entire future. So what RPA does? It can automate all the repetitive tasks, which is usually rule-based, so that it can free humans' time for more detailed analysis. Oh, it looks like magic, right? It's not magic, but math with memory. It's like Sherlock Holmes, but turbocharged with algorithms. Now, let's put this difference into perspective. Manual forensic transactions take almost 3 to 5% of the sampling, which will take to detect fraud for about weeks or months together, but only analyzing 85% of the transactions. Investigation time can go on for hundreds of hours, but only 25% of the losses are recovered. Now, let's compare this with AI-driven forensics. It can analyze 100% of the transactions in real time and detect fraud in seconds or minutes with almost perfect accuracy. It can take quarter of the time and more than half of the losses can be recovered. Well, this acts like magic, right? AI just doesn't help us in finding fraud. It can help us to stop the fraud, prevent fraud, and prevent it from spreading. Which brings us to where we started. Let's circle back to Satyam. What would have happened if AI was actually analyzing the transactions? Benford's law, one of the method used in anomaly detection, could have actually found out the fraudulent financial transactions. NLP flag suspensions would have helped find the duplicate or the suspicion in the internal communications, while cash flow manual checking could have, the time for that would have been reduced, and duplicate invoices detection could have hit the reports like a Christmas tree. Well, could AI alone stop fraud? Not certainly, but did people actually stop the fraud from happening? Unfortunately, no. But together, they could have changed the history. And the key is balance. Let AI handle the data and people handle the decisions. With this, true magic actually happens. Well, AI is so fascinating, and I just couldn't stop myself from doing my research. That is when I came across this GNN, Graph Neural Network. So this is an AI model that will analyze structured data in patterns and graphs. It can tell you not just from the data sets, but also can tell you how they are connected. So this is a set of bank transactions which I had used for creating the GNN, which is submitted in the form of CSV to ChatGPT and asked it to give me a Python code. Now, there are almost 3,000 plus bank transactions where ChatGPT gave me this code, and when I run this code on Visual Basic Code, oh my God, I was shocked. So something's brewing behind, so let's see how exactly it can be done. Well, dun-dun-dun, here comes GNN. Here, what exactly GNN does is, it will flag the important account IDs that should be in detailedly verified. So this just one thing could have taken hours together for any of the, if it's done manually. But with AI, I told you, it can do wonders. With right prompting and right debugging, error debugging, it can do wonders. Now comes the question. Can AI replace us? Not at all. AI is like an X-ray machine, and forensic auditors are the doctors. Yeah, I can tell you only if something looks wrong, but doctors, that is the forensic auditors, diagnose and take the decision. Let me leave you all with this powerful analogy, like how RCB won its first IPL trophy after years of struggles. But with constant trust of RCB fans, we imagine if the future of CA profession could actually lift the trophy of trust, but by actually detecting fraud, not after the fraud happens, but before it actually begins. We have knowledge, we have tools. As we stand at the crossroads of technology and trust, let us ask ourselves, are we just reacting to fraud, or are we preparing to prevent it? Because in the age of intelligence, it is very important to be smarter. It's not about just catching a fraud. It's about building systems so smart, so connected, that fraud doesn't hide in the shadows, but it is caught in the light of intelligence. Let us not get frightened about the rise of fraud, because let us rise stronger, faster, because in the age of intelligence, the only remedy is to be smarter than the fraud itself. And it was a very great opportunity for me to address you all. Thank you so much. So here is a QR code where all my research papers, the coding that I had used for Python, GNN, and the bank transactions with the video is uploaded. Anyone who is interested can surely get in touch and use the data. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shreya.
Reshu, what's your phone password?
It's very difficult. You can't guess. Not possible.
Hey, don't do this drama. Tell me.
It's 1, 2, 3.
What? You should definitely listen to our next paper presenter. He's going to tell you why it's very important to have the right passwords. It might make you question your own online habits.
If your password is still password at the rate 123, this is your moment of truth.
Our next presenter is here to tell you why cybersecurity isn't just IT's headache. It's everyone's problem, including yours and mine.
He is a second-year article working with A&B Global, specializing in system and cybersecurity audit.
And not to forget, he is a professional skater having represented the Indian team.
Let's welcome Prajay Shah with his paper From Balance Sheets to Breach Alerts, Cybersecurity Matters.
Let the applause keep coming.
Thank you. Before I get started, change your password. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prajay Shah, and I am from Mumbai. The topic that I've chosen for my presentation is Balance Sheet to Breach Alerts, Cybersecurity Matters. Now, before I get started on this topic, I want to start by sharing exactly why I chose this topic. Now, as mentioned earlier, I am a second-year article working with A&B Global, which is a cybersecurity firm. And my chosen field of domain is system and cybersecurity audits. Now, essentially what we do is we make sure that our clients have enough controls in place to make sure that their customers' data is saved and processed in the most safe and secure manner. This probably explains why I chose this topic, as I have enough experience in this field to give you guys some practical insights into the intricacies of cybersecurity. With that being clear, let's start the presentation by understanding what exactly is cybersecurity. Now over here, I'm not going to talk about the textbook definition of cybersecurity or the literal meaning of cybersecurity, because I'm sure we all know a thing or two about it. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to talk about some of the fundamentals of cybersecurity, or what we call the 3 fundamental pillars of security, and that is the CIA triad. What does CIA triad stand for? Well, the C in the CIA triad stands for confidentiality. In simple words, what confidentiality means is the ability of the organization to keep its sensitive information private and secure. Again, in simple words, it means that only the right people, or can I say the authorized people, have access to some of the sensitive data of the organization. Next up, we have integrity. Once again, let's understand this in the simple words. It simply means the accuracy and the completeness of the data. As I continued in confidentiality, let's continue the same thing. It means that the right people have access to the right data. And lastly, we have availability. This simply means that the right people have access to the right data at the right time. Because data not being available to the individual who needs it is worse than the person having the wrong data. Now that we've understood the fundamentals of cybersecurity, let's try and understand what are the cybersecurity threats. Now, let me be very honest with you. It is humanly impossible to list down all the cybersecurity threats in 10 or 15 minutes. So what I have done is, the email asks you to click on a link that verifies your bank details. You click on that link, you input all of your bank details, and boom, all your data gets stolen, all your credentials get stolen. This is what phishing means. This directly impacts the confidentiality clause of the CIA triad, as unauthorized people have access to your sensitive data. Next up, we have ransomware. Now, let's understand in very simple words. You have your data. Let's say you try to open a document in your laptop. The moment you open that document, there's a pop-up that shows on your screen. And that pop-up says, give me money to unlock your data. Basically, what the hacker did is he locked your data, and in exchange of the key to that data, or let's say a password to that data, you have to give him some money. In simple words, the hacker kidnapped your data, and in exchange of money or ransom, he's going to give you his key to unlock your data. This is what ransomware means. And lastly, we have insider threat. Now, it is not always a hacker from the outside who tries to enter your entity's network environment. It is sometimes also the innocent employees who click on some phishing link, or maybe even a disgruntled employee who exploits his user access rights and steals the customer information, or just shares it with people that are not supposed to have that information. Now that we're clear with some of the cybersecurity threats, what are we supposed to do to prevent ourselves from these threats coming to us? And that is where we talk about the cybersecurity measures. Once again, there are way too many measures and humanly impossible to summarize in just 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do is talk about some of the most important measures that I have come across during my cybersecurity audits. The first one being encryption. Let's understand this with an example. Let's say I have a message. I write it down in a piece of paper. I take that paper, I put it in a box, and I lock it with a key. Now, when I send that message to the receiver, I send that box, and separately, I send the key as well. Now, in the worst case scenario, let's say the box gets stolen. Even in that case, my message remains safe, because without the key, the box cannot be opened, and hence, the message contents cannot be read. And that is exactly what encryption means. It means that without the key, your data cannot be read. Next up we have is firewall. Now imagine your home. How does it have a sturdy door and a security guard that keeps a tab on everyone that comes into your premises? That is exactly what firewall does. It acts as a security guard that keeps a track of all the incoming and outgoing traffic in your entity's network environment. Basically what it does is it prevents any external hacker or any harmful hacker from entering your entity's network environment. Next up, we have BCPDR. Now, let's take another example. Let's say you're working on a very important document. You've done all your working, you've worked very hard on it, and suddenly your laptop hangs, and you've not saved your data. I'm sure it has happened with a lot of us. We forget to press Control S. All of your data gets lost because your laptop just got stuck and you did not save that data. What happens in that case? This is exactly where BCPDR comes in. That stands for Business Continuity Planning and Disaster Recovery. In simple words, what this does is, there's a primary laptop where you are doing your working on, and there's a secondary laptop far, far away from your primary laptop, where all the data that you have entered in your laptop gets copied in the real time. Basically, even in case of a disaster, you have the backup of the data in real time, and there is no data lost. That is what BCPDR means. And the last cybersecurity measure for my presentation is cloud security. Now, after so much of our work happening online, cloud security has become imperative and of paramount importance. Let's take another example. Let's say you rent an apartment. Let's say you rent an apartment in a society in Indiranagar. I'm sure that's a dream for a lot of us, right? Now, the society management is responsible for the overall society's security. That includes having a security guard, having fire alarms, etc. But even though all these measures are in place, you are responsible for your apartment. You are responsible for closing your windows whenever you go out. You are responsible for locking your home doors when you move out to keep your stuff safe and secure. Now, to understand that in cybersecurity terms, the society management is the cloud service provider over here. The stuff that you protect is your data, and locking your doors and closing your windows are the measures that you can take at your entity's level to protect your data. Now, with that being clear, I have a fun game lined up for you. Over here, what we're going to do is, we're going to talk about some of the questions that I have prepared for you guys. I will be reading out the question, and there will be 4 probable answers to that question. I will read them out one after the other, and if you think I have said the right option out, you have to give me a huge cheer. Am I clear? No, it's not loud. Loud! That's more like it. So, let's play. Kaun banega cyber safe? The first question on your screen is, which part of the CIA triad ensures your data remains secret? Option A, confidentiality. And right you are. Next up, we have, which security measure aims to make data unreadable without a key? Your options are A, scan, B, firewall, C, encryption. Right you are once again. And the last question for the day is, which type of attack involves encrypting your data and demanding payment? Option A, phishing. No. Option B, malware. No. Option C, ransomware. And need I say, right you are once again. So now to conclude my presentation, to be honest, I've already summarized my presentation and I've said everything I wanted. What I want to use as my concluding statement is not about my presentation, it's about why I came here. As Sir mentioned in his keynote, I came here just to spread a word about how CA is not about audit and taxation only. It is also about a lot more. And I am a living example, and Sir is an example of how you can explore and just get into various fields that you probably not thought of while entering into CA. Being into cybersecurity has been one of the most engaging and the fun times I've had in the last 2 years. And with the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, I hope I can't say inspired because I'm not there yet, but hopefully motivate you guys to explore, innovate, and transform. And I'm sure that we, future of CA, will surely come together, and I'm sure that we can transform a lot of lives because together we can. On that note, thank you so much, everyone. You guys have been a fabulous audience. Thank you so much to the dignitaries. Thank you so much, Session Chairman, for your time. On that note, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prajaisha.
Before we proceed, a small announcement. We request all of you to stay right here till our next session. That doesn't mean this session is over, okay? I'm just giving you an announcement. So we have Dr. C.N. Manjunath ji, who is the MP of Bangalore Rural, who is going to conduct a very special session. So we request all of you to stay right here till the end of the next session. Okay, let's proceed. Reshu, you know there was this quote, I want artificial intelligence to do my laundry and dishes so that I could do work and art. But what's happening today is artificial intelligence is doing my art and writing, and I have ended up with I don't have anything else to do other than my laundry and dishes. I'm feeling really sad.
True, Sathwik. And let's be honest, if AI ever takes over hosting duties, it'll probably start with, hello, I am your host. Please laugh when I pose. No expressions, no dramas, no awkward dance moves between segments. Just pure monotone.
So the next paper is going to be about artificial intelligence replacing articled assistants. I repeat, artificial intelligence replacing articled assistants. All of you are going to be replaced.
Chill guys, he's kidding. Our paper presenter is here to prove that AI can do audit and maybe even finish them on time.
Let's give it up for Manya Agarwal.
Presenting audit intelligence, the rise of AI in assurance.
Over to you, Manya. Just make sure the machines don't take us over too soon. Thank you.
Am I audible? Life is a race. If you don't run fast, you will be like a broken anda. A dramatic dialogue by Virus in one of the greatest movies, 3 Idiots. Life is a race, true, but today, audit is a race too. And it's no longer just humans running. AI is sprinting ahead, faster, smoother, and more efficient. It's like your situationship. The more you slow down to catch feelings, AI has already moved on to someone else with better data. Good afternoon, Namaste Bengaluru. I am Manya Agarwal, a CA finalist from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. It's awesome to be here in the Silicon Valley of India, or the IT capital of India, a city that never stops innovating, and clearly neither do its students. So today, I'll be presenting on the topic, Audit Intelligence, the Rise of AI in Assurance. This Silicon Valley of India is witnessing a revolution, and so is the world of audit. Just like Tony Stark in Avengers dreamt of putting a suit of armor around the world, today we auditors are dreaming of something similar, using audit intelligence to build a shield of assurance around the businesses. Audit intelligence is not a trend, it's a transformation. It's redefining the assurance practices forever. It is not a science fiction anymore, it's real. AI is not just matching humans in many areas, it's outperforming them. It's like your perfect date, smart, efficient, and doesn't ghost you when things get serious. So let's explore what I call audit intelligence, the Iron Man suit for us auditors. What is this audit intelligence? Hota kya hai ye? It is the use of AI technologies in audit processes to enhance speed, accuracy, and reliability of data. AI is rapidly emerging as a powerful tool to revolutionize the way financial audits are conducted. I ask you, how many of you actually like checking 1,000 line items manually? Anyone? No one, right? And if someone's, he'll end up being like this. And so, AI doesn't mind doing it for us. Just like in movie Dangal, when Mahavir Singh Fogart says, "Mari choriyan choro se kam hai ke?" Translating into English, are our girls any less than boys? Similarly, today we ask, is AI any less than human intelligence in audits? The answer is clear. AI is not just matching humans in many areas, it's outperforming them. Here's a QR code. I give you guys few seconds. Just scan it up. It will give a list of AI tools, their use, purpose, description, and alternatives. Just scan it. It will help you guys. It's done? Okay. So now AI is rewiring the audit DNA? Yes, audit DNA. The traditional challenge of slow audits, retrospective nature, human errors, manual sampling, and etc. are taken by AI-powered advantage, like 100% checking, reducing manual efforts, predictive insights, enhanced audit quality, and whatnot. Further, talking about some real-world examples. Industry leaders like BCG and McKinsey, using their dedicated AI tools like BCG Gamma and McKinsey's Quantum Black, are integrating data science, engineering, and design thinking to build AI solutions. Tailored for client use as well, it is working across most of the industries. Moving further, using a powerful tool, AI tool, Tableau, for audit of more than 143 companies for financial year 21 to 23. 50% of the companies cleared audits, but AI helped identify 745 issues, fix half of them, and save over rupees 20,000 in cost. Exciting, right? It's a tool to quickly see what's working, where attention is needed, and where fixation is needed. Further, talking about the pillars of audit intelligence, automating data analysis, detecting anomalies, and improving evidence quality. Now, as per IIA India Productivity Survey 2025, only 18% of Indian enterprises report extensive use of data analytics in audits. But 69% of Indian enterprises believe that AI and machine learning will shape the future of internal audit. Let's talk about some real-world applications. Power BI is used for real-time audit dashboards, natural language processing for contract reviews, AI-driven crop monitoring for better resource utilization and yield expectations. In a groundbreaking move, EY launched its AI, EY AI, integrating into business operations to predict issues before audits begin. Other industry leaders like KPMG, Deloitte, and PwC are showcasing how AI-led audits can reduce manual efforts and enhance fraud detection. Drone audits. Yes, drone audits for inventory verification. Imagine a drone flying over a warehouse, counting inventory faster than 5 interns. Exciting, right? Further, AI has entered the government sector boardroom as well, where government auditors use tools like IDEA by Caseware Analytics or Power BI to detect frauds, show cause notices drafting, flag mismatches, lifestyle mismatches, reported incomes, and etc. It helps Public Works Department forecast cost escalations in real time. Our very own respectable ICAI has launched CAGPT, a AI-assisted platform for helping CAs in their work. Not only CAs, but CA students can delve deeper and get queries and get them resolved as fast. I suggest you guys to just try this. It's worth it all. It will help in your studies as well. Now, why AI matters beyond speed and accuracy? From annual checks to continuous audits, from what happened to what might happen, AI now analyzes 100% of transactions and can connect dots across almost ecosystem and complex data, thus providing a 360-degree assurance and building trust in the digital economy. Auditors now move from being number checkers to strategic advisors. So what are the benefits of audit intelligence? Coming up till here, almost all of us knows what are the benefits. Wahi same, it automates tedious tasks, builds trust, enhances audit quality, reduces manual efforts, ensures 100% checking, etc. So, all of us knows the future of AI is continuous and predictive auditing. AI is transforming with real-time dashboards, continuous monitoring, customized audit planning, strategies, proactive risk management, and more. The most important, human and AI collaboration. With human efficiency and AI smartness, audits can become accurate, consistent, and future-ready. In the future, the most trusted auditors will be those who act like auditors, who think like auditors and act like data scientists. Basically, you'll need Excel skills, AI tools, and a Wi-Fi faster than your client's excuses. But what are the challenges ahead? AI is powerful, but not perfect. AI is fast, sure, but can it exercise professional judgment? No, not yet. Thus, without human oversight, AI can become a black box. So, auditors must not trust the machine, they must audit the machine. Lastly, audit intelligence is not a trend, it's a transformation. And we, the auditors of tomorrow, won't be just number crunchers. We'll be data translators, risk predictors, and trust builders. AI is presenting a transformative opportunity for our auditing profession. So someone asks you, is AI smarter than an auditor? You will tell them, only when the auditor isn't smart enough to use AI. And finally, to all the CAs and future-ready CAs, let's embrace the rise of audit intelligence without letting go our practical judgment and our fully charged calculator batteries. On this note, a big thank you to the audience. You've been patient more than an Excel sheet, taking time to load a pivot table. Thank you.
Thank you, Manya Agarwal.
We now request our session chairman to give his insights and feedback.
First of all, I think a technical subject making it interesting itself is a big challenge. I think you should give them a good round of applause for that, all three of them. Three different topics, very, very relevant today. I'll give a quick summary, and of course, I'll tell you where you will have to read more and what the world ahead is. The first thing which I want to give you a concept is the concept which is trending and which is changing the world today. This is called as democratization of knowledge. Knowledge is no longer restricted in the mind of a person. 10 years back, a tax opinion was possible only by a chartered accountant, or maybe an opinion on a health was possible only by a doctor, or a way of engineering was done only by an engineer. Today, I'm sure most of you, when you go and Google and search, can I claim input tax credit on a hotel reservation, you will get 4 or 5 articles or blogs from various websites which is giving interpretation. Agree or not? Don't you think the client also has the same doubt? When the client is having the same doubt, what prevents him from asking you the question rather than he and going and doing a Google? Are you getting what I'm trying to say? That means this is the era of democratization of knowledge, where knowledge is available with everybody using the power of the web. But the challenge is, to what extent can you rely? For example, if I had gone to Google or any of the AI solution and said, a person has coughing, he has cold, he is from Bangalore, he is ... and given all of these symptoms, it might possibly say that he has COVID. The reality is he would have just had an ice cream. And for a few minutes, his throat or his body takes time to set because of the temperature difference. So that is where the world is slowly heading into democratization of knowledge. Then who will be successful in this sort of a confused scenario? The one who is able to clear the noise from the music is where people will eventually go. And that is what your role as professionals will become. Everything what you do, start applying your mind. What is stopping the client from doing this? What is stopping a third party from doing it? It is the structured body of knowledge which you possess, and that is the reason you have 6 + 6 subjects at different stages, a set of training that gives you that handholding as to what you need to do and what you need not do. Second, do not trust AI to its fullest. For all you know, it is still learning. A machine learns just like a child. Imagine there was a tiny child, your nephew, niece, your brother. You saw that child learning to walk, and the child wants to do everything when it is trying to walk. And what do as parents or as siblings or as brother, sister do? We make sure that the child is not doing anything incorrect which could cause harm to the child. That's exactly where AI is today. When you are using AI, please make sure you have your guardrails put into picture. A simple example, don't take the entire client's data, upload to ChatGPT and say analyze. It's not going to do anything. Right? For all you know, it can analyze from any angles which may not make use for you at all, right? So you'll have to be conscious of that. Third. Yeah. The third thing which I will mention, and the last thing, the era of cybersecurity is significantly increasing. The need to protect starts from your mobile phone and your social media accounts, because what you post, what you put in there, including the way it is secure, really matters a lot, right? So I just wanted to give you these 3 principles, and I think they definitely did a good job in terms of communicating what it is. But from a CA office perspective, you can use CA GPT, but again, do not upload confidential data. Never upload the names, personal information, etc. Personal information could be name, mobile, Aadhaar number, no, right? You can probably try to use it for basic research purpose. Second, from an academics perspective, if you have complex materials, you want to make it little shorter, you can try Google Notebook LM, which can summarize content and give you. It can also convert a theoretical book into an audio book. That is also possible. The third thing which you can probably use, maybe for your presentations and other things, could be gamma.app. But be very cautious in any of the AI solutions which you use, because I believe in a fundamental principle. Tell the AI what to do, ask it to give you the logic of its answer, and then you decide whether the rationale is correct or not. Remember, we are heading into a world which is more predictive oriented, more probability oriented rather than a deterministic oriented. I'll give you a small experiment for you to try when you go home. You go home and search in your Google. Simple example, if you just type ICAI, it'll give you the ICAI website. But if you write how to become a chartered accountant, earlier you used to get the first few links on how to enroll. Today, Google AI Labs itself summarizes everything and gives for you. And what we do is we just read that summary and go based on it, because many a times AI could be incorrect. There is a concept called as hallucination which AI could be subject to. in the simplest language, AI answers a question so very confidently, but in reality, it is actually a wrong answer. Right? So please be very cautious when you're using these principles. On that note, I think it was a lovely audience, lovely set of speakers. I'm constrained on time, but I'll be happy to take your questions. If in case you want, you can reach out to me. Narsimhan Ilangon is my name. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Thank you so much for being a great audience. Wishing all of you the very best. Please putting your best foot forward. I hope that it does not take 18 years for you to succeed, but yes, a couple of attempts, maybe more, is definitely worth the wait. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your insights and feedback.
We request CA Virupaksha Tuppat sir to felicitate Narasimhan sir with a memento. We request our cultural secretary, Shravya, to honor Narasimhan sir with a memento. With that, we conclude this session. Thank you to everyone who made this session possible. Up next is our MP, so please stay right here. Thank you.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು.
ಹೈಟು ಒಂದು 5'9" ಇರ್ಬೋದು. Just enough to reach fridge top and his CA dreams. In the morning, he's an article. Of course, his best friend has to be the laptop and his girlfriend is exit. By evening, he becomes a badminton smasher. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಮಾತು ಮಾತು ಮಾತು. Because he's a Toastmaster. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming Mr. Pavan.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಫ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಯಾಕೆ?
ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸ್ತು.
ಓ, ಹಂಗಾರೆ ನಂಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ.
ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ.
ಇವರು ಚೈತನ್ಯ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ SSF treasurer, a full-time foodie, a part-time movie critic, and she is the lifetime member of the Shavasana Club.
ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ?
ಇನ್ನೂ ಇದೆ. She is the only person whom I know who can get lost even with Google Maps in her hands. But she will still find those amazing restaurants without fail.
At least I have a skill, so I'm proud of it.
Oh, sorry.
Together, we are the heartbeat of today's session. Your host, your hype man, and official translators of inspiration with excitement.
And today, if this was a cardiac procedure, I'd be the rhythm.
And I'd be the blood pressure, always rising at the last minute.
Because our words are steady and heart is ready, and the man we're about to introduce, no introduction, because he's the pulse of the public health. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Dr. C.N. Manjunath.
To be escorted by Chairman of Sikasa Bengaluru, CA Nishchil, Chairman of Bengaluru branch of ICI, CA Manjunath M. Hallur, and Vice Chairman of Bengaluru branch of Sikasa, Prithvi.
We request Manjunath Gali Hanumayya, who's the ex-BJP Bangalore Central President, and Dr. Ramachandraya, who's the MD of Sri Lakshmi Group of Institutions, to kindly come onto the dais.
Audience, please keep the applause coming. We request the dignitaries on the stage to kindly light the lamp, and invocation song will be sung by Janisha and Manaswini. Request the audience to kindly stand up.
आनन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये आनन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये चिदानन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये परमानन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये चिदाकारमूलाधार ओंकार गजवदनं परमं परमानन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये सानन्दमुनीन्द्रगणनुत शिवशङ्करमानसनिलीयमानं सानन्दमुनीन्द्रगणनुत शिवशङ्करमानसनिलीयमानं तन्त्रीलयसमन्वितगन्धर्वचारणवराणु गीयमानं दीनजनमन्दारम् अनुपमदिव्यकळेवरशोभायमानं दीनजनमन्दारम् अनुपमदिव्यकळेवरशोभायमानं भासमानम् असमानं भजमानं भक्तजनसन्मानं भासमानम् असमानं भजमानं भक्तजनसन्मानं मगपमनिप मरकतनिभं मदकरिमुखं प्रणवनिनदम् अजितम् अनघं शुभदं परमं कनकाम्बरधर एकददनं तद्धित्तकजनं तनकतरिदित्तकजनं तनकतरितकजनं तनकपरमानन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये चिदाकारमूलाधार ओंकार गजवदनं परमं परमानन्दनर्तनगणपतिं भावये
Thank you, Janisha and Manaswini.
We now request CA Nishchal sir to please give the welcome address.
Namaste, India. No, I want more energy. Namaste, India. Amazing, guys. Even ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದ ಇದು ಮೈಂಡಲ್ಲಿ that is a real mindset, I understand, but I have to give a welcome address. I'll keep it as short as possible. I'll take note of Dr. C.N. Manjunath sir coming for the event as the chief guest of the CS Students National Conference for 2 days. Thank you very much. We have Manjunath Galihanamaya sir coming for the conference as guest of honor. We have Lakshmi Group of Institutions MD coming for the conference as guest of honor. We are pleased to welcome you all. I would also like to welcome our beloved branch chairman, CA Manjunath M. Hallur sir. I would like to welcome students head or the vice chairman, Prithvi, the earth. Okay, and the Sikasa team, my team of volunteers, and most importantly, my dear future chartered accountants. So, I am back with another good news. Yesterday, we set a world record. Amazing. For a surprise, we are attempting another world record today. Were you anyone knowing about it? Most of my committee also didn't know this. I kept it as a backup plan. So we are attempting for the same most number of CA students attempting for more, singing ICM Moto song in a single venue. Records with another book of records called as Global World Records. So let's start with the Moto song, and you know the drill. Do we know the drill? Yes. So what is the process? One second. I request the lead singers to occupy the stage for the Moto song. We know the drill, right? Please make sure if you have bought the book yesterday, which we gave, which is doubtful, but if you have bought it, see the back side of it, you will have the ICA Moto song. Second option, we would have given that Moto song on WhatsApp. Third option, yella martodvi sir. Yen parvagilla, screen mele display martivi. And by doing this 2-3 times, I'm sure your wordings have been inculcated within us. For sure you can do it, don't worry. We have lead singers.
Hello. 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 Go. Pass.
No, first if you want to try and run,
Check.
AV team, are we ready with the background music? Camera team, are we ready to roll? So now I request everyone to please raise for the Moto song. Are we ready? AV team, are you ready? Okay. I'll give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yaeshu supteshu jagrati. Yaeshu supteshu jagrati. Kamam Purusho Nirvimanaha Tadeva Shukram Tad Brahma Tadeva Amrutamuchyate Tasmin Lokaha Shritaha
Amazing, guys, amazing. Trust me, yesterday I had goosebumps when we were having this, but it again repeated. Again, I have my goosebumps. I am fully feeling different. Great. Over to the MC.
Thank you, Nishal sir. Have you heard this phrase? Some people don't just walk into the history, they carve their name into it.
Absolutely, Pawan. And today we are about to invite one of such person.
ಚೈತನ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಾದರೂ ಏನಾದರೂ ನೋವಾದರೆ ಯಾವ ದೇವ್ರು ನೆನೆಸ್ಕೊಂತೀರಾ?
ನಾನು ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೃದಯ ನೋವಾದರೆ
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ CN ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಸರ್ನ ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೋತೀವಿ.
So, ladies and gentlemen, today's guest is not just a doctor. He is an innovator, a visionary, a mentor, and a public servant. Please welcome, with your hearts wide open, a Padma Shri awardee, Dr. CN Manjunath.
Dr. CN Manjunath, the former director of Sri Jaideva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research, the largest government cardiac institute in Southeast Asia.
ಬರೀ 330 ಬೆಡ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 2,000 ಬೆಡ್ಗಳು.
That's a 500% growth under his leadership.
Yes, ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಚೈತನ್ಯ. From a modest setup to a world-class facility with 18 cath labs, 17 operation theaters, and 24/7 ICCUs. He made Jaideva the beating heart of India's public healthcare. ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ?
And it wasn't just about the infrastructure. Dr. Manjunath introduced the principle of treatment first, payment next. No documents, no delay. Just care, especially for the poor and emergency patients.
He believed in quality, charity, and humanity. Under his care, over 75 lakh patients were treated. 8 lakh plus cardiac procedures were done. And even he has also created a 150 crore rupees corpus funds for the needy patients.
As a pioneer in interventional cardiology, he performed over 75,000 interventions himself, including the creation of world-famous Manjunath's technique in balloon mitral valvuloplasty.
Chaitanya, do you know this technique has made heart procedures 40% cheaper? ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನಗಳ ಜೀವ ಉಳಿಸಿರ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ?
Nija. And that's not all. He introduced Manjunath's classification of atrial thrombus and trained cardiologists from India, USA, UK, China, and France, turning Jaideva into a global classroom.
And even after all these, he is not done. He is currently a member of parliament from Bengaluru Rural, continuing his mission for service at the national level.
He's received dozens of awards, the Padma Shri, the Millennial Plaque of Honor, the Nadoja Award, multiple honorary doctorates. Even Barack Obama praised the Jaideva model of care under his leadership.
Wow. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆದರೂ, you know what's the most beautiful part? He has never lost touch with humility. Even to today, he offers free consultations every week because to him, medicine is not just a career, it's a calling.
Now we request Dr. CN Manjunath to kindly address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good afternoon. In fact, it's a matter of pride and privilege to be amongst young India sitting in this hall. what more pleasure you can get, because it is always very pleasurable, lovable to address youth of this nation. We have three Manjunaths on the dais. That is myself, then Manjunath Ji, and Manjunath Hellur. Then we have Prithvi, we have Nishal. So we everything, we have God there, Ishvara is sitting there, and even the earth is sitting there. Yeah, even Rama is sitting there. So it's a nice feeling actually. So in fact, you all sung this ICAI song. No point in singing only on the day of this conference. You should keep on singing every day in your life. That is very, very important. So India is a young nation. That is our strength, and that is our actually blessing. Nearly 65% of population in India is below 40 years of age. So youth force is pretty strong. Our talent pool is quite big. So India is full of opportunities. So God never bless anybody. God never curse anybody. He always give opportunities. So it's up to you to utilize and come up in your career. So most important is today our youths are really, the level of education they are getting is top class. Of course, we are in an era of digitalization. We are in an era of industrialization. And of course, so now today we are talking about artificial intelligence and machine learning. Keep it apart. So India, in fact, you are lucky to be part of this spirit, because India is one of the fastest growing economy in this world. In fact, just last month, we have moved from 5th position to the 4th position, and believe me, by 2027, India will be the 3rd largest economy in this world. So maybe about 10 years back, we are placed 10th position. So you are going to be really witnessing this phenomenal, impeccable growth of Indian economy. Of course, we are going to touch 5 trillion economy by 2027. And with your active participation, with your involvement, with your hard work, with your patriotism, by 2047, India will be the developed nation, and what a great feeling for all of us. Chartered accountant is not just mathematics. Chartered accountancy is not just accountants. So it's basically, it is aimed at bringing a financial discipline in all sectors. Because I was the director of Jaideva Institute of Cardiology for 18 years. And whenever an auditor, we have an internal auditing system, we have an external auditor system. Whenever chartered accountants visit an institution, the administrator heart rate goes up, the blood pressure goes up. So probably we have 2 types of book actually. One is called rule book, and second is what is called humanitarian book. So probably we need to match both of them, because many a time, in fact, I'm very happy to share this pleasant piece of information. In 2017, Jaideva Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences, which is a government-run autonomous institute and governed by all the government rules, the chartered auditors from the central team audited Jaideva, and I'm happy to note that they wrote an appreciation para. So normally, they write only lot of, objections, of course. Then what they read, despite 34% reduction in the government grants, Jaideva Institute could able to maintain a very good financial discipline, could able to provide a quality care at an affordable affordable cost to the cross section of the society, and this public institution could be a role model for rest of the public health institutions or health institution in the country. So I'm going to share that particular point of view. So coming back to this thing, India today, yes, it is one of the fastest growing economy under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And of course, you are well aware of that. Our financial discipline is quite good. See, there are two types of balance sheet. One is the balance sheet you are looking at from the accountancy angle, and another one is looking, because this is where our young Indians today are becoming vulnerable to various stress-related problems. So that is the reason. One is your balance sheet, financial balance sheet, and the second is your health balance sheet is also important, what you call genetic balance sheet. So today, the financial balance sheet of India is quite healthy, but the health balance sheet, the genetic balance sheet of young Indians is not healthy. So this is where we need to balance, because many a time trying to chase the financial balance sheet, they lose the health balance sheet. Then trying to overcome the health balance sheet, then they spend a lot of finances. So I think today's India's GDP is somewhere around 6.4 and likely to become 6.8 by this year end. And the inflation, which was 5.8, it is becoming 5.4. And recently in this budget, our Honorable Finance Minister, Shri Nirmala Sitharaman ji, has brought an amendment to our finance bill or an income tax act 1960. In fact, till now, we are following 1961 income tax act. There was lot of repetition of chapters, there was lot of redundancy, and now it is very simple and crisper. And of course, now we have a unified tax in form of GST. I think today nearly 8 crore Indians are brought under income tax net. So earlier, so although the small percentage is paying income tax, the income tax net is widened. And today, our GST collection is touching 2 lakh crores every month, 2 lakh crores every month. So yes, I think many of you are students in chartered accountancy, and many of them are already practicing chartered accountancy. And anyway, the most important, the degree, there is a difference between getting degrees and acquiring knowledge. Not all degree holders are having very good knowledge. Sometimes some of them may be having less qualified, but may be having very good knowledge. So I want to impress upon you people that you should, yes, get degrees or whatever studies, universities, examinations you are facing. You should acquire knowledge. Knowledge is a systematic study of your subject. That is very, very important. And see, the ranks and titles are limited actually. And knowledge is power. Character gives respect. Knowledge gives power and character gives respect. In addition to your degrees, your titles, your ranks, your certificates, equally important is your attitude, behavior, and mannerisms. Because your attitude, behavior, mannerisms will add glamour and flavor to your profession. Many talented people, I think I know some of the, I think most important, you should always have a positive outlook. As a student, even as a full-time auditor, you should have a positive outlook. You see how best you can contribute to the growth of an organization. How best you can contribute to the growth of an individual or an institution. That is very, very important. Many a time, I think many talented people have gone down the drain because of ego and arrogance. I think ego and love are the branches of the same tree. Ego and love are the branches of the same tree. Ego always wants to hear sorry from others, but love always wants to say sorry to others. So I think most important, as we grow in the profession, yes, with your hard work, with your intelligence, see, intelligence, there are two types of intelligence. One is a constructive intelligence, another is sadistic intelligence. So you should always, because I will just give an example. There is a lot of needles on the street, and intelligent fellow walks over the needles or thorns. But a constructive intelligent fellow, he always thinks this is going to hurt others who are coming next. So he keeps them away from the path and walks. So that is called a constructive intelligence. So in this generation, what is happening? There is a rat race in every profession. I think rat race because walking in a right path is a lot better than running in a wrong direction. Walking in a right path is better than, is speed of learning is important or the direction of learning is important? In my opinion, it's the direction of learning is important. Because still you have to climb a lot of steps in the profession. You are just newborn to chartered accountancy, or some of them are just going to be born, and some are just born and this thing, because your curriculum or your college teaches only 50% of the subject. Another 50% you learn from experience, you learn from your seniors, you learn from clients. For us, for example, I'm a doctor and a cardiologist. 50% of our teachers are our patients. 50%. They have given a lot of lessons. Like that, your profession is going to, as you start practicing, it gives a lot of lessons. But most important, you should be a great listener. A listener is going to be a leader. Because many a time we listen to react than listen to understand. In fact, you should have a lot of patience. See, all successful people will have three things in common. They have patience, they have momentary silence, and smile. I think because, yes, it is a profession, and you will be particularly, and you maintain a very good, you should maintain a very good level of tolerance also. Because patience, momentary silence, then comes your smile. And why I am telling that, smile is not just to make you, that will not make you popular. It reduces stress for yourself. It reduces the stress of your client also. The moment they come, you just smile at them. So, for example, when a patient comes, we may be seeing him a little later, just when some people, even for, to bind you in the society, for a very good social life, we need a smile. The best makeup is smile. Best jewelry is modesty. Best clothing is confidence. And best medicine is positive attitude. So this is how you should go on listening. And today, it is a competitive world. It is a competitive world. Everybody wants to run fast. The world is moving very fast, and we want to achieve too many things in a short time. Trying to achieve too many things in a short time without your own knowledge, you are getting stressed, your body is being stressed, and you will grow older very fast. That is called young old. You will become very, so I think we are really in a hurry. This will put a lot of pressure, And as chartered accountants, some of you might get a good job initially and you have to work in a group, I can understand. And there, probably, you should not go for comparisons. Should not go for academic comparison, should not go for social comparison, you should not go for even career comparison. So you should go slowly. You go step by step. First step may be a small, but if it's a right step, it will take you to the top. That is very, very important. And there will be ups and downs in career. Even when you take up examinations, or you might, when you start practicing, there will be ups and downs. Some may be earning more, some may be earning less. And don't see always up and down example could be, I think you have some raw knowledge about ECG, I think. Even ECG is taken, there will be a lot of waves, up and down waves. When the ECG strip is taken up and down, that means person is living. If it is a straight line, means person is gone. That means you have to declare person is dead. Exactly. Nobody has ever won a chess match by moving in one direction. You have to move this side forward and backward. You have to move sidewards and all. Exactly, life is like that. So I think you should plan in such a way. Otherwise, you will get into a lot of stress. Stress is nothing but a gap between your expectation and performance. If your expectations are too much and performance is not matching, then you will get into a stress. I will tell you today, all our younger generations are subjected to tremendous stress. Stress is considered to be a new smoking. It's equivalent to smoking. Stress is considered to be equivalent to tobacco. Stress is considered to be equivalent to drugs. This is where probably you have to go slow. And because if you can able to manage stress, and if you can able to manage your ego, if you can able to manage your anger, you will be most lovable persons. Your eyes may be small, but your dream should be big. Of course, certainly you will be dreaming a lot about so many things. And, but to achieve dreams, you should get a deep sleep. But to achieve your dreams, then you have to spend sleepless nights. I think both can be there. Certainly, you should develop positive attitude, inculcate optimism in life, very important, inculcate, and there is no shortcut for learning. Many a time I get worried if some people come and approach me, I am not getting the job, and nowadays there is a written examination for everything. So I think most important, you have to work hard. There is no shortcut for learning. And you have to salute your work. Most important, you salute your work. Then you need not salute anybody. But if you pollute your work, then you have to salute a lot of people. And because there are two types of examination. There are two types of examination. One is university examination. In my opinion, university examination with hard work, it is a bit easier than your professional examination or in your life examination. Because in university examination, question paper is common to all. But in your life examination, question paper is different for each one of you. Trying to copy each other, then you will get into problem. Life is always best for those who enjoy it. Life is difficult for those who compare it. Life is worst for those who criticize it. Never get into criticizing mode. And you develop a very good professional culture, whether it is medicine, whether it is engineering, whether it is law, whether it's chartered accountant. I think what is professionalism? Never ever criticize your other colleague when in front of a client who comes for a second opinion, this thing. So you always compliment rather than criticize, develop that attitude. That is very, very important. No point in criticizing your own colleague in front of your client, then you, because normally you think by criticizing your colleague, the client might think, oh, he is a super intelligent, he is a very good fellow. So, and most important, you have to audit in such a way, the institutions, whenever you visit institution after auditing, you should be, the institution should welcome, you audit in such a way, then you are most lovable persons. So that's very, very important. And I will just give an example. Because there is a rule book, you are going by a rule book, and I will just give an example. There is a deficiency of staff nurse in an hospital. Sanctioned post is 50 because of the pressure of patient, because patient load is more. Instead of 50, we have recruited 70. So, auditor's point of view, you have recruited 20 excess, so it is a unavoidable, it is a what is called avoidable expenditure of so many lakhs. And for a lay person, it thinks some financial mismanagement has taken place. In my opinion, the way we should audit, your interpretation should be, because there was excess of patient, they have added more beds. Although there was no sanction, they have recruited another 20 nurses. So it is a unavoidable expenditure. It is a on basis of humanitarian. That should be the level, the type of this thing and all. And most important, many a time, auditors, not company auditors, those who visit public institutions in the age group of 45, 50, they lose their health. Because whichever institutions they visit, they go on eating and eating and eating. I think be careful about that. And because there's a very popular saying, your breakfast you should eat like a king, and your lunch you should eat like a queen, and your dinner you should eat like a beggar. Then your wealth will be prettier. That is very, very important. Of course, we have always respect the old when you are young. Respect the old when you are young. Help the weak when you are strong. Confess the fault when you are wrong. One day you will be old, one day you will be weak, one day you will be wrong. Because an achievement, a mistake that makes you more humble is better than an achievement that makes you, egoistic. A mistake that makes you humble is better than an achievement that makes you proud. So I think, in my opinion, one of the best answer, if I don't know about a particular thing, one of the best answer is I don't know, rather than giving a wrong opinion or anything. So we have to develop and follow some professional ethics, and moral values are extremely important. And at the same time, who is genius? Genius, in my opinion, is 90% hard work and 10% intelligence. That is genius. Or other way of defining a genius person is, I think, 10%, 10% inspiration, 90% perspiration. 10%, that means you have to sweat a lot to this thing. Is IQ is important or UQ is important? This is where our mental health is very, very important. Stress management, mental health. IQ is one aspect. EQ, emotional quotient, is more important than your intelligent quotient. There are, of course, nowadays we are in an era of artificial intelligence. We are in an era of machine learning. Maybe sometimes we will have some lot of software where artificial intelligence will be auditing a lot of things and all. So most important, have a positive attitude in your life, in your career, and always try to promote the growth of the organization. Because nowadays in a country like India, whatever auditors writes, it has to be realistic, because lot of imaginary things are written and multiplication. In fact, the life is like exactly like mathematics. Mathematics starts with zero. If you go on adding numbers to the left of the zero, then it becomes a highly valuable things. So education is not just learning of facts actually. Education is not just writing examination. Education is not just getting a piece of paper certificate. Education is basically training you to really think, and a creativity. You should have a creativity, should be the best thing that can happen. So anyway, the future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. Certainly you have a great future, and most important, good things to happen takes time. Have patience. Don't be in a hurry. Hurry, worry, curry are the problems for the younger generation. Hurry, worry, and curry. And because today, because 60% of deaths in India is due to lifestyle diseases. What are those lifestyle diseases? One is heart attack, cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, stroke, cancer, and sixth one is screen addiction and loneliness. Today we see lot of loneliness and screen addiction because of modern gadgets, computers, iPads, mobile phones, social media. And again, your attitude, your behavior is best known by what you are doing on your social media. In fact, nowadays, even for arranging alliances, marriage alliances, they are looking at your mobile phone. That is your horoscope. I mean, not the other horoscope they are not seeing. They are looking at your status. So be careful about social media today. I think social media today is playing an havoc. It is spoiling the career of. If somebody wants to know how many people are mentally sick in this country, there is no need for any separate analysis or a separate study. Just look at their social media on Instagram or WhatsApp or Twitter, how they are behaving, how they are reacting to the others. Going by that, 60% of Indians are mentally sick. And so I think you should be very careful. You should talk in such a way. You should talk in such a way others love to listen. And you should listen in such a way others love to speak. So this is very, very important. The way we speak, our attitude, our body language, and mannerisms are important. I will just give an example. See, one person was highly educated. He was scolding his father. You are not helping me to get a job and all. Because he always keeps telling, whenever you are entering the house, you have to close the gate. Whenever he was telling his son repeatedly. And whenever there is some leakage of water from the tap, you have to close the tap. And when the lights were in the night time, the front portico light should be switched off. Like that he was telling his son. The son goes on telling, the same story you are telling, you are not helping me get a job. Then he goes on attending interviews, 10 interviews, 10 locations, he doesn't get a job, goes to the 11th location. There what has happened, when he was entering the gate of the interview office, the gate was opened, he closes the gate, and there was also a tap where water was leaking, he closes the tap. Then there was lot of lights, although it is daytime, they were on, he switch off some of them. Then he goes and appears for the interview. Then the committee says, you are selected because We have watched you on the CCTV, what you are doing. That means your culture, your attitude, your mannerisms and behavior. I think as we move up the ladder, those things will score more marks than your intelligence. So this is how you should go on, believe in yourself and have patience, and you can. See, success and certainly you will be more successful and satisfied, and success is basically measured by yourself, and satisfaction is measured by others. Certainly, if you follow these things, you will be more successful and satisfied. See, in my opinion, the money is a small coin. Money is a small coin, and love is a sweet coin. Relationship is a great coin. Health is a gold coin. Health is a gold coin. Why I am telling is 30% of heart attack in India is below 40 years of age. 30%. Today, young Indians are becoming vulnerable to heart attack. Just how many examples I can give? 23-year-old student has an heart attack, and 24-year bridegroom. Today, diabetes is in classrooms. Heart attack is among the bridegrooms. So you have to be careful about your diet. Food habits should be good, and avoid fast foods. Fast food definition is, what is fast food? Fast foods are those who takes away your life very fast. That is, so I think exercise is a must, and mental stress you have to manage. Don't be over ambitious, and don't be jealous. Don't be suspicious among yourself. Then finally, I will tell you, there are about 12 non-medicine medicines. Follow that in your lifetime for your health. Non-medicine medicines. One is sunlight. Second is your exercise. Third is intermittent fasting. Fourth is good sleep. Fifth is intermittent rest. Sixth is smile. Seventh is good friendship. Eighth is your gratitude. And ninth is fruits and vegetables. 10th is your meditation. 11th is yoga. And 12th is very important. Talk to each other, then talking about others. Talk to each other, then talking about others. So finally, I always love this particular anecdotes. This is very important in life. It could be a repetition for me, but it could be a first thing for all of you. I will close my talk with this. Dedication is more important than designation. Sincerity is more important than seniority. Values are more important than valuables. Mindset is more important than the marks. Efforts are more important than the results. Loyalty is more important than royalty. And proper work is more important than paperwork. Live long, live young. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those deeply inspiring and powerful words. You've not just healed hearts, but you've won them today, sir.
Absolutely, sir. Your journey and your humility continue to be the guiding light for all of us. We are truly honored to have you here with us today, sir.
Requesting the dignitaries on the dais to kindly present the token of gratitude to all our guests, and requesting CAR Badrinath to come and join the same. Guys at the last, please sit. We have something waiting for you. 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, 5 ನಿಮಿಷ. We've been waiting for so long. 5 ನಿಮಿಷ, come on. Please be seated, guys.
Secretary of Sikasa Bengaluru, Gagan, to give the vote of thanks.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಹಾಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸನರಾಗಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ CN ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಲವು ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯ ಮುನ್ನ ಆತ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತನೋ ಬಡವನೋ ಆತನ ಬಳಿ ಹಣವಿಲ್ಲೋ ಎಂಬ ತಾರತಮ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ CN ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ರವರ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ಜಯದೇವ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ VIP ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಹೃದಯವಂತರು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆ ಇರುವುದು ಇಂದ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹೃದಯವು ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಘಟ್ಟವಾಗಿರುವ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ನನ್ನ ಸದ್ಭಾಗ್ಯವೇ ಸರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, Gagan.
ಚೈತನ್ಯ, KGF ಮೂವಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಓ, ಅದೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಬರೀ ಟೀಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು, ದ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾವೆಗಾನ್ಸಾ ಸ್ವರ.
Until then, this is me, Chaitanya,
and Pavan
signing off for the day.
Thank you guys.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಊಟ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತಾ? ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆಯಿತು, ಊಟ ಆಯಿತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ AC ಇದೆ, ಸೀಟು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಿದ್ದೆಗಿದ್ದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊಡೆಯಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್
ನಿದ್ದೆ ಹೊಡೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 3 ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಸೆಷನ್, ಅದರದ್ದು ಫಾಲೋ ಅಪ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಂದು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಲ್ಜರ್ಸಿಂದ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ವರ ದ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅವೇಟೆಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಅದು ಗೆಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಯಾರು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾರು? ಗರುಡ ಹಾಗೆ ಶೈನ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇರೋ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇವಾಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಓದ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸೋಷ್ಟು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ, ನಾಳೆ ನಾಡಿದ್ದು ಆಚೆ ನಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇರೋ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಿಟ್ ಡೊಮೇನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಆಡಿಟ್, ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಆಡಿಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು ಇವರಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ ಆಡಿಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್, ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ. 3 ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ವೆರಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you ready to have some fun and laughter and some banter today? Let's make this place as dreamy as possible. Are you guys ready? How's the George, ladies and gentlemen? So we're going to be doing a very, very simple activity today, and I'll need your help for that. It's a very simple activity. All I need you to do is tap twice on your lap and 1 clap. So when I say tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap. Are you guys ready for this? Let's make this place as dreamy as possible, the way we did it yesterday. So are you guys ready for this? So on the count of 3, 2, 1, all of you, I want each and every one of you in this auditorium to be doing this. So it's very simple, 2 taps on your lap and 1 clap. So it goes tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap. Are you guys ready? Can everybody be seated? Let's make this place dreamy again, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? So on the count of 3, 2, 1, tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap. I want everyone to be doing it. Tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap, tap, tap, clap.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will rock you. We will rock you. Buddy, you're a young man, hard man, shouting in the street, gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, a big disgrace, waving your banner all over the place. We will rock you. Sing it out. We will rock you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ದಿಶಾ.
ಹಾಗೂ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪರ್ಜನ್ಯ. We know, as a matter of fact, CA student life is a mix of ledgers, late nights, and just a little bit of existential crisis, particularly during the audit season. Balance sheet match ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
But today we are pressing pause on the panic. ಇವತ್ತು ಅಯ್ಯೋ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಏನೋ, ರಿವಿಷನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಲಾಗ್ಸ್ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದಿದೆ, ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ಆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ನಾ ಅಂತ ಯಾವುದೇ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ.
Yes, instead, we're going to take a step back for a bird's eye view of 3 key topics shaping the world of finance and audit.
So if you're in the ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಥವಾ ಐ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಸದ್ಯ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್, ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ಮೆಸೇಜ್: ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ಲಿಸನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್.
So let's dive straight in, one idea at a time, and come out a little more inspired and informed. Ready? Let's go.
Now I request CA Nishal and CA Vinod Garg sir to escort Shravan ji, the session chairperson of the event, of the session, and also the paper presenters.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
I also call upon Mahalakshmi of the sub-editorial committee to come up on the dais.
Stay calm. All the best. We request the paper presenters to kindly take their seats. Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Shravan G, a highly accomplished chartered accountant and a leader in audit, valuation, and financial advisory. He heads the audit and valuation practice at C&K HSKA and Associates LLP Bengaluru. With over 12 years of experience across various industries in India and abroad, Mr. Shravan is a registered valuer with IBBI, known for his work with startups and corporates in financial modeling, valuations, and advisory. His qualifications include being a company secretary, holding a diploma in IFRS, ACCA UK, a diploma in information systems audit, and certifications in forensic audit and insolvency.
He served as the youngest ever chairman of ICI Bengaluru in 2018-19 and currently sits on the board of FKCCI as vice chairman of the Central Taxes and Economic Affairs Committee. He is also the founding secretary of the Bangalore Valuers Association and has worked with GT. A respected speaker and educator, he has addressed several institutions and professional platforms on finance, audit, and valuation. We are very honored to have you here with us today, sir. I now request sir to take over the stage to set the tone for the session.
Well, a beautiful afternoon to all the future chartered accountants present here. As overwhelming as it is to stand before such a huge gathering, I was also worried that my session is slotted as the first session immediately after lunch. But thanks to the small gig that the organizers just did, they kind of played a song and the whole, the auditorium kind of became energetic. So thanks to the organizers for that. Friends, I'm standing here before you as the chairman of this technical session on audit. I'm sure all of you would have come to this session or come to this conference with three things in your mind, and three things with you maybe. One is definitely a pen, and second is a notepad. And the third thing definitely is the stress on your shoulders, maybe about your upcoming exams, right? All of you have taken a break from your office for 2 days, that is yesterday and today, and also given a break to the books. I want you all to sit back, relax, because today we are going to talk about three different topics under audit, which are very pertinent and is expanding the horizon of the audit ecosystem very rapidly, much faster than your WhatsApp groups that are discussing the IPL scores just a few days back, right? So the three topics that I'm talking about are audit documentation, ESG audit, and automation in audit. Friends, these are not just three random buzzwords. In fact, these are the big three that actually define how we audit, how we analyze, and also how we assure to the stakeholders in the days and years to come, right? So one of the topics that is a part of this technical session is on audit documentation, because without documentation, it's as good as you've not done anything. Can anyone tell me which is the most underrated love letter of an auditor? I repeat the question. Can anyone tell me which is the most underrated love letter of an auditor? Okay, okay. It is the audit work paper, right? If audit can be compared to cricket, audit documentation I generally compare to the third umpire. Because the third umpire doesn't play, the third umpire doesn't bat, he's not even going to bowl, but he decides if you are out, right? Audit documentation is having so much of a relevance when it comes to audit. There are multiple cases in the history, right? So all of you must have heard of the Satyam scam way back in 2008. Yeah, all of you were born, obviously. So there were multiple things that went wrong with Satyam, but one of the major things that went wrong was a lack of proper audit documentation trail. Had it been proper, the red flags could have been identified much earlier rather than being identified in the hindsight, right? So why Satyam? For that matter, even ICI has the mechanism in order to ensure that these kind of issues don't go unnoticed. We have two different review boards. Most of you must have heard about FRRB and QRB. So what do? They look into the audit documentation of various firms in India, audit firms. And time and again, they have even hauled up larger firms, and not for fraud, but because and on the grounds of lack of proper audit documentation, right? The audit firms say the audit is done, but they hardly have anything to prove on their work papers or in documentation to prove that the audit was done, right? So we always, it's like you're trying to prove yourself to be innocent without an alibi, right? So it's so much so that if you want to propose to your girlfriend or boyfriend, and if you're proposing without a ring, I would say it won't stand any chance in the court of law, right? Similarly, without audit documentation, audits don't stand any chance, be it in front of any regulatory authority, be it in front of any court, etc., right? And the second topic that we have, of course, I'm talking about these topics in no particular order. The second topic is on ESG audit, because audit has gone beyond numbers. It's focused more on purpose now. Again, ESG is not necessarily a fad or a unique word. It has, in fact, become the new currency in your boardroom discussions. Because growingly, companies are focusing not just on the profits that the companies make, but also the purpose with which the companies are running their organizations. In fact, Unilever, you must have heard, which is one of the globally present company, has got the practice of announcing their global integrated ESG report. Why? Not because SEBI in India has mandated, not because any other regulatory authority across the world or in the USA has regulated or asked them to do, but because their investors insisted that they will have to report on something like this. Sustainability is no longer just a CSR. So what's CSR? CSR, corporate social responsibility, right? It goes beyond that. The new C is, it is directly linked to the credit worthiness and the credit rating of an organization. That's the new C. The new S is, ESG is a part of the strategy of every organization. And the new R is all about the reputation of the companies. That's the new CSR, and that's how ESG is all the more relevant for all of you. Because when I meet people, we generally ask a question, right? Are you GAP compliant? But growingly, the question is, are you planet compliant? That's what ESG is all about. Of course, we have speakers who will throw more light on that. And of course, the final topic that we have is on documentation, because why should we do the boring stuff? Let the bots do the boring stuff. Let us focus on the brainy stuff, isn't it? So there are multiple tools, of course. The students over here who are the paper presenters will also be talking about them. But there were a couple of tools that I thought I should bring it to your notice. There is a tool called as mindbridge.ai, right? So this is a tool that is capable of crunching thousands and lakhs of lines used for data analytics, used across different kinds of audit domains. And in our offices across different regions and abroad, we also use something called as caseware idea, specifically for listed clients, wherein it is not just used for sampling purposes, but also it goes beyond that, control testing, fraud detection, identifying patterns, etc. Because why should we limit ourselves to a sample verification while we can do a population verification, the entire population? Of course, beyond this, automation tools are not necessarily limited to like the examples that I took. There can also be tools in relation to managing fraud risk. You must have heard of confirmation.com, right? So what does the website do? Basically, it'll help you in getting seamlessly the confirmations. It could be bank confirmations, debtors or creditors confirmations, right? So there are various automation facilities that are out there. And in fact, so much so that larger CA firms have also developed their own in-house bots and in-house softwares, right? So why not, when Elon Musk is capable of getting a rocket land all by itself, why should we not let the basic things to be taken care by a software? It could be matching, it could be vouching, it could be checking. Why not let the software take care, isn't it? Because we will have a lot more time to focus on a few other things. Friends, automation is not going to replace audits. It is only going to replace repetitive tasks, right? So if anybody asks you if AI is going to replace you, my answer is AI is not going to replace you as an auditor. It is only going to replace you if you don't know how to use AI properly. If there is somebody else who is knowing how to better use AI, then you will definitely get replaced by such people, isn't it? So I think I shouldn't be taking more time. Of course, it's audit hours, right? We bill by the hour. And talking about audit documentation, I'm told even these bots that I'm talking about are also billing by the hour. It's not just you and me in the audit firms that are billing by the hour. So we have 3 extremely talented speakers because I've been interacting with them over the past 3 days. They have prepared really well, just like all of you. They are also pursuing their chartered accountancy course. Of course, they are talking about all these 3 topics, but before I hand it over to them, I would want to convey to you that the profession is no longer only about debits and credits, right? It has gone beyond that. It is about data, it is about decisions, and it is about taking up disruption in the right way and how we can use it in our practices. So with this brief background, I think I think the MC would do the introduction. So all the very best to all the 3 speakers. Thank you, thank you.
Gone are the days when auditors feared late nights and missing vouchers. Today, automation is the new intern. Faster, smarter, and never asking for a coffee break. Let's dive into the world of Audit 2.0, for which we have Shreya Rai presenting on the topic of Audit 2.0, the rise of automation. Shreya is a CA finalist currently pursuing her industrial training at Toyota Financial Services Private Limited, Bangalore. With a passion for writing and public speaking, she has presented papers at major conferences of ICI and contributed articles and artwork to Vikasa, Sikasa, and Nikasa newsletters. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shreya Rai.
Namaskara Namma Bengaluru. No one had your lunch? Say it back. Say it back with enthusiasm. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Great, great, great. Great. Okay, guys, I have only 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, so this is not just another boring audit presentation. Today, I have brought along a little extra intelligence. Say hello to my co-host, AuditBot 2.0.
Greetings, carbon-based life forms. I am AuditBot 2.0, your AI auditor, spreadsheet warrior, and typo detector. I catch errors faster than your manager catches you leaving at 5 p.m.
Okay, easy there, Robocop. I have brought you here to help me explain automation and not roast my audience.
Understood. I shall reduce sarcasm output by 27%. Initiating professional mode.
Thank you. So, folks, we are talking about something that's transforming our profession, Audit 2.0.
Affirmative. Together, we audit smarter, faster, better. Also, I don't take chai breaks.
And anyways, your co-workers don't invite you for chai breaks. So that brings me to my topic, Audit 2.0, the rise of automation. A very warm welcome to everyone. I am Shreya Rai, a CA finalist, currently pursuing my industrial training. And it's an absolute honor to be standing here presenting at Aarohana, Bengaluru, NatCon. Now imagine an audit from years ago. Green pens, Excel sheets, lots of stress, and maybe some snacks. But today, bots scanning millions of entries, real-time dashboards, alerts popping even before the fraud explodes. Okay, quick show of hands, how many of you have used color pens in your audits? No one does audit here? The upper floor? Okay. And how many of you have used bots in your audits? See the gap? So we didn't get replaced. We got upgraded with automation, artificial intelligence, and data analytics. That's Audit 2.0. It didn't arrive with fireworks. It quietly embedded itself in how we work. So let's see this with the case of Tata Steel. So Tata Steel had scattered data, manual sampling, and time-consuming reconciliations. And Tata Steel said, enough, we need change. And boom, here's what they deployed. NIME, which saved up to 95% time in data preparation. Ignio, which handled 83% of SAP issues autonomously. Brain Matter, which processed 50 million plus images per day to detect defects. RenSmart project enabled real-time visibility and documentation trail. And AIMS replaced the spreadsheet-based models and improved decision-making accuracy and speed. So, what this automation brings in? First up is speed. Audit, which took months, now take days or even hours. Bots don't get tired or zoned out. Bots don't get tired or zoned out. They can handle data very accurately. Why check only 100 invoices when you can check all the 10,000? That is 100% population testing. And with real-time monitoring, stronger digital trails, and reduced costs, we are not just working harder, we are working faster. So now let's see the invisible audit workforce helping us. RPA tool like Kofax automates data collection and reconciles the GL entries extracted from SAP or Tally without needing a human touch. AI or machine learning uncover the hidden frauds we didn't even know existed. A tool like Audit File can highlight the backdated or the duplicate entries. Blockchain ensures data immutability. A tool like Propy will ensure data integrity with zero human intervention. NLP analyzes the unstructured data like emails or contracts so that our eyes don't bleed out reading them. And predictive analytics forecast risk and assess future trends based on the historical data. Now, earlier, maybe we can escape our manager calls like this.
हेलो, मैं चंदू सोलंकी बोलता हूँ। देवी प्रसाद जी घर में हैं?
अरे कौन देवी प्रसाद? ये देवी प्रसाद का घर नहीं है।
क्या? देवी प्रसाद घर में नहीं है? किधर है?
अरे देवा, देवी का प्रसाद मंदिर में मिलता है, गराज में नहीं।
क्या?
ये स्टार गराज है। मैं गराज का ओनर बाबूराव आपटे बोल रहा हूँ, देवी प्रसाद का घर नहीं है।
But today, we have cloud automation tools like Microsoft 365's Teams playing our all-time favorite tune. I love it, right? So now, we can't escape our manager calls. We can work with these tools from anywhere, anytime, remotely, on real-time basis. Now here's something closer to home. ICI's ChatGPT Beta version 2.0. It's not just a chatbot, it's a productivity partner. So whether you are a student who wants to revise Essay 240 at 1 a.m. or you are a member who wants to analyze the financial reports of any major industry, these tools can help you do it faster, cleaner, and smarter. But, machines are great. But let's see what happens once they meet their limits. Wirecard AG wants a German fintech worth billions. They claim to have euro 1.9 billion in cash in their Philippines bank accounts. They used automation tools like ERP and reconciliation software, AI-based anomaly detection tools, and data dashboards. But what happened? Fake bank statements? Passed. Forged confirmations? Passed. Fabricated transactions? All looked normal. Automation failed. Why? Because it assumed data equals truth. So how did the humans uncover it? So the investigative journalism by Dan Macrum highlighted the first red flag, which is why no cash audits were conducted for this cash handlings. KPMG was appointed to conduct a special audit, who directly called the bank's accounts, bank in Philippines, and asked whether these accounts existed. And guess what? They didn't. So tech is smart, but we humans shine where they fail. Now, what do we humans bring in? We bring in critical thinking, professional skepticism, and emotional intelligence. No AI can replicate the moment an auditor goes, wait, something's off. Now tell me, can AI feel this? I mean, 18 years of memes, trolling, heartbreaks, hopes, prayers, and finally that one night, the unpredictable happened. RCB left their first trophy. Yeah. So if we ask to an AI chatbot how it will say, oh, wow, RCB won its trophy without this. So let's see how we felt that night. Come on. So some things only humans can feel, be it audit or cricket. And we are not yet done evolving. Let's jump to 2030.
Imagine you walk into a warehouse and you wear your AR glasses, which shows the status of inventory next to each crate. Cool, isn't it? With explainable AI, now AI will justify its decisions. And synthetic data will create realistic but fake data sets that mimic real financial transaction to predict fraud beforehand. Emotion AI. Yes, AI that can read faces. Isn't it great? So that brings me to my big finish. But before that, how many of you here still think that automation is going to replace audit jobs? Whoever feel yes, please say yes. And who all say no? That's great. So earlier, auditors were historians. We looked into the past and asked, what went wrong? But today we are visionaries. We ask what's next, what could go wrong, and how do we stop it first? So Audit 2.0 isn't the end of our story. It's the upgrade. So where algorithms stop, our questions must begin. And where the data ends, our insights must soar. I mean, tech is great, but let's not forget what makes us human auditors: the judgment, the integrity, and the curiosity. With that, I would like to wrap up my session. I would like to thank the Honorable Chairperson, C.S. Shravan sir on stage, all the respected dignitaries of the stage, my co-presenters, the lovely MCs, the Bengaluru Sikasa committee to give me this wonderful opportunity, and the energetic audience. Nimagella ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, Shreya, and your co-host for this insightful presentation. It was nice to get information about many of these tools. But remember, not complete dependence. Just using it in moderation is the way to go in future. So thank you, Shreya. They say, if it's not documented, it never happened. And in the world of auditing, it's not just a saying, it's a survival guide. Let's dive into the art of making our papers speak louder than words, for which we have Shrish Bhatt, who will be presenting on the topic of Behind the Audit, Mastering Documentation and Working Papers. He is a CA finalist and articled assistant in statutory audit at EY. He's a passionate orator, skilled photographer, and a car enthusiast. In his free time, he enjoys playing chess and badminton, balancing analytical thinking with creative and athletic pursuits. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Shrish Bhatt?
Can we please have the presentation on the screen?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Heavy lunch and you are sleepy after audit is automated. Well, even before we get into behind the audit and mastering documentation, first, I want to ask you a question. How many of you hated math class? Give me a cheer. How many of you hated your math teachers? Give me a bigger cheer. And how many of your math teachers hated you? Of course, I'm with you. In class, I used to be the student who'd shout out the answer to the teacher. And I would point out the teacher's mistakes in class. But by the time the exams happened and the results came, the teacher would point out my mistakes. Well, that is me. A big F, a big frown, and a lot of scoldings. By the way, that's my dad scolding me giblified. Every single parent-teachers meeting, my teacher had only one complaint. She would tell my dad, "Sir, your son, sir, what am I supposed to do with him? Every answer he writes, but directly he writes the answer. Not a single step he does. How can I give marks?" Well, that happened, but then I somehow survived through it. And while growing up, I found out there's also an adult version to this, and that is audit documentation. So what is audit documentation? It is the written record of procedures performed, evidence obtained, and conclusions reached by the auditors. Let's not get too deep into the technical stuff and go straight to the next part. I know we've all worked long hours during audit, worked till even 3 in the mornings, and now you think audit is closed. And at that very moment, your manager tells you, it's time for documentation. And this is me. Why documentation? Why at all? Well, the heavenly God, the celestial for us, stepped in to tell us the truth. Audit documentation provides the evidence for audit work, it supports auditors' conclusions, and it facilitates review and compliance. But, ye kaun bola re? Who even said that? It's this power-packed duo, that is the IAASB and our beloved God, the ICAI. The IAASB, International Audit and Assurance Standards Board, has given us the ISA 230, or the International Standards on Auditing 230. And very conveniently, ICAI has given another standard called as the Standards on Auditing 230. The technical stuff is right up here, and I really don't want to bore you with it. So let's get straight to the next part. What to document? At the end of audit, we've been surrounded with files and piles of files on both sides. And we have no clue what all even goes into the audit documentation. So let's get straight into it. What all to document? First thing is the audit plan and strategy. When are we going to do the audit? Who is going to do the audit? And what all are we going to cover in it? What are the key audit matters, and where have we found significant risk? Next up is the procedures performed, the steps in the exam which I skipped. All of these need to be included if you want to get marks. Communication with management. We've all had very long discussions with the management, lots of meetings, and all of that oral communication. But how do we document something that has been spoken, something that is oral? One very simple thing, we can take an email confirmation or a signed affidavit of the same, and that has to go into the audit file. Next is a significant audit findings. What have we even found in the audit? Yes, we did the audit, but if we found nothing, what is the point of it? And if we don't document what has been found, then it's the same as not having found anything. Next up, the audit evidence obtained. Yes, there are significant audit findings, but what is the evidence for it? That evidence has to be included. Next up is the checklists and the working papers. Checklist is usually the list of things that we are going to do through the audit. And the working papers are the Excel sheets or the papers which we use on which we do the calculations, the reperformance, and all of that nonsense. Next up, the conclusions and the judgments. The conclusions that we reach as auditors is what the investors and the banks rely upon. And the judgment based on how we reach that conclusion is also extraordinarily important. Now, we know what all to document, but don't forget one mantra. Work not documented is work not done. Yeah, we're going to document stuff, but in what? We document it in our working papers. So what does our working paper even include? First and foremost, the most basic thing that we need to have in every work paper, the title of the work paper. Right after the title, we include the objective of the work done. Why are we doing a procedure? Why are we even doing this particular work paper? Next is the name of the preparer and the reviewer. Who is preparing this work paper and who is reviewing it? When are they reviewing it? Next, the cross-referencing. In Excel sheets, we have the financial statements, the work papers, and numbers everywhere. But when we look at the numbers, we don't know where it came from, we don't know how it came, and we don't know why it came. So we have to cross-reference every single number we get back to the financial statements so that we can find and trace every number. Next is the conclusion for that particular section. Each work paper has to have a conclusion as to how we've come to know that it is free from misstatements. Have we found any discrepancies? Are there any further procedures required? All that is to be documented here. Couple of things that I got scoldings for in office. Common mistakes that we make in preparing work papers. First off, not changing the dates. The first time I did audit, I picked up the work paper from last year. I did all the calculation, I did all the computation, reached the conclusion, but at the time of review, I found out I haven't even changed the date of that particular work paper. So make sure to change it. Next, not linking all the numbers to the financial statements. As I said earlier, if you don't link it, you don't know why it's coming, you don't know from where it's coming, and you don't know how it's coming. Next, copy-pasted text. Can everyone here tell me what are the first 3 shortcuts we learn in audit? It's Control-C, Alt-Tab, Control-V. The holy grail, the holy trinity of shortcuts. The least we could do is at least see what we are copying and what we are pasting, and is it even relevant to the work papers. Next, one very simple thing that we do in audit exams or in accounts exams, when the balance sheets don't match, we write the same total on both sides. That doesn't work in real life. We have to make sure that any discrepancies have been included here. The discrepancies, when we find them, we feel that these are our mistakes. We made some mistakes in the computations, but these discrepancies are what we are here for. If there is a discrepancy, don't forget to document it. Last but not the least, recording the judgment. How did we reach the conclusion? We need to have that professional judgment documented. Well, now you know how to make work papers. Excuse me for this. Could you change to the next slide? Thank you. Couple of things to keep in mind. While we are doing the audit, we are all in the hurry, we are all working till late nights, and we just want to finish everything. And there are times that we miss out on things. But still, after the audit report has been published, we still can make 4 changes. What are those 4 changes? First off, signing off checklists. The checklist, the list of things that we are supposed to do, we can sign that off even after the audit report has been signed. Next up is evidence obtained before the audit report is signed. Once the audit report is signed, if we find any new discrepancies, will you document it? Yes? No? Absolutely not. Don't do it. Trust me, it's going to get you in trouble. Next, sorting and cross-referencing. Yes, while making the work papers, we have no time to search and link every single number. But thankfully, we have the provision to do this later on. Last but not the least, deleting or discarding superseded files or documents. We have done the workings. There are a lot of rough works that we have made. Now, do we need to keep that? Maybe not. We can delete the things that are not relevant anymore. And these are the 4 things that we need to keep in mind. Lastly, we have 2 timelines to keep in mind. First off, once the audit report is signed, we need to complete the documentation and put together the audit file within the first 60 days. And once the documentation has been completed, we are to retain it for the next 7 years as per Companies Act. And who even reads it, you might ask? It is the teachers who give us marks. That is the regulatory bodies like NFRA and ICAI, the judicial courts, and the enforcement agencies such as SEBI and ED. Finally, I want to leave you all with one quote. Behind every audit that's credible, there's documentation that's incredible. And now we have mastered audit documentation. This is Shrish Bhatt signing off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rish. Thanks for emphasizing on how important documentation is, and thanks for saving a lot of articles from getting yelled at from their seniors. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, gone are the days when audits only meant balance sheets and financial ratios. Today, it's about how green your company is, quite literally, how fair you are, and how strong your ethics stand. Welcome to the world of ESG audits, the wave every auditor needs to catch. We have Nishika Munyal presenting a paper on the topic ESG audits, the next big wave in assurance services. Nishika is a CA finalist and an article at PJR & Co. With a sharp mind for numbers and a sharper eye for greenwashing, she brings humor and insight to the table. Today, she's not just decoding sustainability, she's holding accountable, one audit at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Nishika Munyal?
Hello? Pick the call. Switch to Kal Tak News channel real quick. It is something unusual, trust me. Breaking news. The carbon emissions have filed an FIR against the finance department for being ignored in the audit report. Wait, what? Sources also revealed that the emissions were last seen sneaking out of factory chimneys while the auditor was too busy counting rupees to notice the smoke clouds. The CFO defended by saying, "We followed all accounting standards. Nobody told us to do something like the audit of an Amazon rainforest. It is not material to the financial statements." Let's be real. When did planet-saving missions include audit? And when did the guy auditing depreciation suddenly needs to know about deforestation? Seems like too much weight on these shoulders. Now, before you start thinking of this presentation as a Marvel crossover between your audit committee that is represented by Chetal, because I think he'll make a great one, and the very famous activist Greta Thunberg, let me step out of the smoke and into the spotlight as I take you into the world of ESG audits. Greetings, respected dignitaries, the panel of judges, and this apparently power-packed audience. Well, I am Nishika Munyal, and I am delighted as I stand before you to present on the topic ESG audits, the next big wave in assurance services. Now, before you start thinking of ESG as some overly hyped acronym trying to imbalance the balance sheet via guilt trip, it is not just a PR stunt. It is not something that you put on LinkedIn only to look good. Today, I am not here to discuss about audits. No. Today, I am here to talk about accountability. Because when I talk about ESG, I will not ask the company about what is their profit. Instead, I will ask questions like, how did you make that profit? Did you pollute while profiting? exploit while expanding, or worse, greenwash while going green. Now, before your head starts aching, what are these terms? I don't want to know. Let me break down ESG for you. It's basically not a compliance ghost. It's just 3 simple questions represented by 3 letters. Now, E stands for environmental. How is the company treating the planet? If I say that the company is 100% eco-friendly, but the emissions represent a volcano, red flag behavior. S stands for social. How is the company faring with its people? For example, if your company brags about inclusive hiring, but your boardroom looks like a golf club reunion from the year 1985. Hello, you're not fooling anybody anymore. G stands for governance. Governance is the spine. The board of directors, internal control, ethics, all come under governance. Now, if the CEO and the compliance head share the same surname, you know there is something fishy. Now, I used to think, how and why did ESG become so cool suddenly, or at least unavoidable? It is not because suddenly businesses have developed this conscious. No, it is because the money began to care. Investors now ask for ESG metrics. Regulatory bodies like SEBI have mandated from the financial year 25-26 for the top 500 listed entities to have an independent assessment test. That is when the ESG auditors step in. Okay, all of this may seem straightforward. We have the regulatory bodies, we know what to do. But that is when the real headaches step in. Why is ESG not your normal vouch and verify, not your normal tally audit? Why? Because there are no universal standards. Now, when I talk about financials, we have GAAP. When I talk about ESG, I have BRSR, I have GRI, I also have SASP. So much, and all of them speak different languages. There is no one common yardstick to follow. Now, in ESG, the data is vague. And the definitions go on from vague, vaguer, vaguest. You know, example, you can think of this, that you are auditing various entities, particularly focusing on their profits. And each company has their own definition of what is revenue. You will go frenzy. And greenwashing. Okay, this term I have been using quite often. What is greenwashing? Now, companies spend millions to look good, advertise good, be this viable, compliant company. They have these glossy brochures to appear wow. But if the ESG report has more flowers than figures, you need to look deeper. As a CS student, there's something that I'm extremely scared of. And I think you will be too. That is failure. Don't scare yourself. I'm not here to talk about CA failures. But failures, you know, I feel they are more educational and entertaining because they teach more than success. So here are some famous ESG bloopers. First come Volkswagen Dieselgate. Now what Volkswagen came up with was they had this campaign of portraying their cars as extremely clean and environmentally friendly. But instead, in reality, what they did was they installed defeat devices. And that would reduce emissions only during the test. But in reality, the emissions were 40 times the legal limit. That's right, 40 times. My beloved, your beloved, H&M. It came up with this conscious sustainability campaign. No claims to back this up. And some of the products from this sustainable campaign had worsening effects than the normal products. Hypocrisy. Speaking of hypocrisy, then there are these oil giants sponsoring climate summits. Drilling, sponsoring events. Wow, sparking obvious hypocrisy. Now, one may think that I've spoken about what is ESG. Why is it hard? What are the challenges? Why do we do it? And horror stories in the form of failures. Now, you may think if it is so difficult, will a normal, ordinary auditor be able to do it? Go farther nail, will he able to manage all this? Well, yes. let's not panic. It's not impossible, it's not hopeless, it is possible. You need to upskill. Take up a sustainability course, learn about ESG frameworks, and know what is material. Materiality still matters, but here it will also include matters like, is it polluting that river? Now, then comes IMS, Inventory Management System. This is not your normal stock count. Here, we also talk about carbon footprint, waste management, energy consumption, and everything that relates to environment. You are not a climate scientist. Auditors are not climate scientists. But you should know when to call one. You should know whom to talk to. Collaborate and talk to people. We need to get out and talk to people. So let me take a step back. Everything is getting very heavy. Auditing today is not about ticking boxes. Instead, and also not about did the company comply, but asking questions like, did it do the right thing? And under the theme of the conference that is Aarohana, which means to rise upwards, ask yourself this question. Do you want to be somebody who goes through only compliance check, or you want to be somebody who rises through bringing an impact, bringing a cultural change, bringing something that is not just intent, but also something that talks about accountability? Let's think of ESG as a buzzword or a burden. We are the ones holding the measuring tapes. One thing is certain, that ESG is here to stay, and we are the ones asking for proofs and not for promises. What is the bottom line? ESG, when done right, does not only help the auditors rise. In fact, when ESG is done right, it helps everybody around us rise too. So I say that most of the biggest of revolutions do not begin with protest. Instead, they begin with a sapling in one hand and calculator in the other. And that, my friends, is the real bottom line. Dhanyavadagalu. Thank you, Bengaluru. You have been a lovely, lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishika.
This was such a wonderful session, so informative, so creative, and so exciting. So thank you to all our paper presenters. I know everyone is curious about who will win the Best Presenter award. So for that, you have to wait until the validity session. And now the QR code will be displayed on the screen. So we want all of you to scan that and vote for the Best Paper Presenter in your opinion.
Can we please have the QR code to be displayed on the screen? Now we request Mr. Shravan to give an overview of the session along with his incredible insights and feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Shravan.
Friends, I think this calls for a thunderous applause for the two beautiful ladies and one handsome hunk. I think if this is what the future of profession sounds like, I must say we are all in safe hands, right? So, of course, since the topic is audit, here's my brief audit report on all the three speakers. So first we had Shreya, who specifically focused on the new superheroes of audit, right? We all are familiar with our DC, Marvel, the superheroes who run with their capes. But she spoke about the superheroes who run on code, right? So those are definitely the superheroes saving our audit domain. Of course, she spoke about multiple things. ICI GPT, friends, that's one of the things that she spoke about. I would definitely urge all of you to look into. And of course, audit and automation definitely go hand in hand. This is something that is the future of audit. Immediately after Shreya, we had Shrish, who went on to explain how audit documentation, more importantly SA 230, is the backbone of every audit. He explained in his own way how audit documentation can either save or sink your audits, right? And he also aptly covered certain common mistakes that most of us can relate to from our practical experience. And then, of course, finally, we had Nishika. Well, she absolutely nailed it as well, just like the other two speakers. She said greenwashing is a lot more dangerous than green reporting, right? And she also emphasized the fact that ESG is not just a checkbox, but also a responsibility. And of course, for us as chartered accountants, it's also a new billing opportunity. Friends, while all of you might think that these are three different silos or individual islands, let me connect the dots. These are all connected some or the other way, all the three topics. Imagine when you're sitting in your office, doing that balance sheet or doing that risk control verification, trying to make your thought process get across to the clients. When you actually do the audit documentation, you're saving your firm, you're saving the client, and you're also saving your own self in case somebody hauls up in the future. When you focus on ESG audits, again, like I said, this is the new corporate boardroom consensus. You're trying to add more value beyond the numbers. And when you're trying to automate, I think one of the speakers or the MC mentioned, the bots are capable of working 24/7. And how much do you guys work? 8/5 or 8/6, right? So the automation is here to stay. That is the future, right? Lesser chances for errors, lesser chances for anything that is associated with human error. Friends, before I hand over a couple of suggestions, inputs for you, just ask yourself what you want to be. Ask yourself what you want to lead in the future, because today we are donning multiple hats, not just as an auditor, but as an investigator, as an analyst, as, you know, data enablers, right? Like as we heard from the speakers, and the client's expectations are continuously increasing. They want you to stand in their shoes and understand what their expectations are. They don't want you to start the audit at the end of the year. They want you to work parallelly with them. So the domain of audit is definitely changing. So if you are asking me, is audit dying? The answer is no. If you're asking me if audit is not dying, then also the answer is no. Audit is evolving, right? So with that sum up on this session, I would urge all of you to, of course, you all are here by making a choice to be a part of this session, right? Of course, few of you have already been pushed by your partners or managers in your office to be a part of this session as well. But the fact that all of you made the resolve and you know, you are all here yesterday, today, means that you're all interested and trying to step forward. I think that's what Aarohana is all about. So when someone asks you, I'm sure this kind of a question comes from your friends, relatives from non-CA backgrounds, right? What does a CA really do? You tell them that a CA audits numbers, and more importantly, a CA audits truth. Thank you, friends.
We sincerely thank you for chairing the session and guiding our presenters and the audience. Thank you so much. Your presence and remarks added great value to the event. Now, maybe we would like to request ICA Bangalore Branch Secretary C.A. Tuppat to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Shravan. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause?
G to present the paper presenters a token of appreciation. Thank you all for your efforts and contribution. Guys, give it up for our paper presenters.
So we have Shreya Rai. Next up we have Shrish Bhatt. The last one we have Nishka Munyal. Thank you so much, everyone. You've been a wonderful audience. This was
Disha
and Parjanya signing off for this session. Thank you so much. Over to our seminar coordinator, Navya, for delivering the word of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of all the participants and the organizers, I would like to express our heartful gratitude for the esteemed section chairman, C.A. Shravan Ji, for leading today's session on audit with such a clarity, depth, and insight. Your experience and guidelines helped us to understand not only the technicality of auditing, but also the practical relevance of today's evolving financial landscape. This session was truly informative and thought-provoking. Thank you for your time, your commitment, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Once again, I'll thank you, sir, for C.A. Shravanji, sir. Thank you.
ನಾನು ಊಟ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ನೆನಪಿದೆಯಾ ಏನೇನು ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ? ಆಡಿಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್, ಮೋಟಿವೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಸೊ ಇವಾಗ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಉಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು? ಉಳ್ಕೋತೀರಾ, ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಉಳ್ಕೋತೀರಾ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಉಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ +1 ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸಸ್ನ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
इतना बता दूं तुझको, चाहत में अपनी मुझको यूं तो नहीं इख्तियार। मैंने सोचा नहीं अब जो रहा मैंने पूछा तुझे
Abrupt ending, I know, but cultural session alli idra full film. This is just a teaser, okay, guys? So we have many melodious, dynamic, and interesting performances coming up. Songs, dance, everything. So are you guys excited for Swara? I am sure you're all excited. So before that, we have a session that will motivate you entirely. So I call upon the other MCs, Pavan and Sanjana, to take over the stage. Thank you.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों,
ಓ ಇದು ಪವನ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ಯಪ್ಪ?
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಜನಾ.
ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೀವಿ, ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಬರ್ದೇ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಪವನ್?
ಓ ಸಾರಿ ಮರ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಬಂದೆ. ಆಡಿಟ್ ಡೆಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸು, ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು, TDS ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು.
ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೂ ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ಟೆಲ್ಸ್ us be more disciplined, stay focused, don't give up ಅಂತ.
ಸಂಜನಾ, ನನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಗಿರ್ರ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ.
ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಗಿರ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಾ ಪವನ್? ನಾವು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ಗೆ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೀವಿ. There are people out there who prepare to face real wars.
And for them, discipline isn't just a word. It's a way of life.
And ಯಾರಾದರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ there is no one better than people from our armed forces.
Yes. It's those who've stood not in classrooms, but on the borders. Those who've passed not exams, but the trials of fire. Their discipline,
Unmatched,
their empathy,
unshaken,
and their spirit,
truly unbreakable.
this is what makes them the true heroes.
We are about to meet 4 warriors, not Avengers, not fictional heroes, but real ones who have served this country with strength, served the society with heart. And today, they are here to give us some life-altering insights.
So guys, if you think CA life is tough, wait till you hear about a life in a submarine, mid of a war, under attack, or mid of an ocean. Wait till you hear about standing strong in the middle of the war, not with words, but with full of willpower.
Guiding this extraordinary session is a group of 4 soldiers. But before that, let's have a video on the latest Operation Sindhur.
Come on guys, make some noise!
A country with over 1 billion people, thousands of years of history, and the world's spiciest food. But behind the saris, samosas, and sacred rivers is a military that's so vast, so capable, and so battle-ready, you'd think it was coded by a Marvel villain. This is not the India you think you know. Because while some countries flex with parades, India just silently upgrades, drills in 3 climate zones, and prepares for war across land, sea, air, space, and cyberspace, all at once. So buckle up, because India's military might, it's on another level. Let's talk geography, because India doesn't live in a quiet cul-de-sac. It's in the world's most intense neighborhood. To the north, you've got China, nuclear-armed, high-altitude, and constantly eyeballing mountain borders. To the west, Pakistan, with decades of tension and history that could fill its own Netflix series. To the east, jungle borders with Myanmar, insurgent hotspots, and some of the toughest terrain on Earth. And to the south, the Indian Ocean, where everyone from the US Navy to Chinese submarines likes to just hang out. In other words, India is surrounded by drama. But here's the twist. While most countries would freak out, India builds a defense force designed for permanent pressure. Because peace is nice, but being unbreakable, that's better. India's army isn't just big, it's seasoned. With over 1.2 million active personnel and hundreds of thousands in reserve, it's one of the largest standing armies on the planet. But this isn't just about numbers, it's about experience. While some armies do war games in the desert once a year, Indian soldiers are literally fighting real skirmishes in the Himalayas, guarding borders at -30 degrees Celsius, and tracking insurgents through monsoon-soaked jungles. Imagine doing combat patrols with frozen eyelids or humidity so thick your socks turn into soup. That's Tuesday in the Indian Army. And then we get to the elite units, Para-SF, India's special forces that train to jump into war zones from 30,000 feet up. They go behind enemy lines and vanish like a WhatsApp status. Ghatak platoons, the army's pointy end of the spear. First in, last out, always loud. RR, Rashtriya Rifles. Fighting counterinsurgency operations 24/7. Not hypothetical, not training. Real combat, real bullets, real stakes. And they're not just trained for ground warfare. They're trained for multi-front conflict, from urban environments to mountain peaks higher than most planes fly. You want gritty? India's army defines it. Now let's talk sky supremacy. The Indian Air Force, or IAF, doesn't mess around. With over 1,500 aircraft, it's one of the biggest and most versatile air forces in the world. And it flies everything. You've got Sukhoi Su-30 MK-IS, multi-role monsters that dogfight like fighter jets and strike like bombers. Rafale jets, precision, speed, stealth. These things could thread a needle from a mile away. Tejas, India's indigenous fighter jet that proves "Make in India" also means mess with me and perish. Oh, and the pilots? They train at altitudes where oxygen is a suggestion, and landing strips are made of ice. But IAF's strength goes beyond jets. You've got AWACS for battlefield surveillance, airborne refueling tankers for long-range operations, and missile systems that give enemy aircraft approximately zero chances. In a real conflict, India could deploy squadrons to multiple theaters, rain down firepower from 3 directions, and still have jets in reserve. And did I mention they once bombed a terrorist camp 80 kilometers into another country, casually flew back and said, "Yup, we did that"? Yeah, they don't bluff. Now, let's go aquatic. India's Navy is the silent assassin of South Asia. It guards over 7,500 kilometers of coastline, controls key shipping lanes in the Indian Ocean, and has eyes on every passing vessel. We're talking aircraft carriers, INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya, stealth destroyers, frigates, corvettes, and landing ships, and nuclear submarines that can launch ballistic missiles from under the damn ocean. The Navy doesn't just protect, it projects. It performs joint drills with the US, Japan, Australia, France, you name it. Why? Because India knows something every superpower knows too. Whoever controls the Indian Ocean controls trade, and India has home field advantage. Plus, if things ever go nuclear, the Navy has INS Aarohana, the nuclear-powered submarine with second strike capability, meaning, even if everything else is taken out, India can still end you from under the waves. Their missile arsenal is no joke. Agni series. These are not firecrackers. They're long-range nuclear-capable ballistic missiles. BrahMos, one of the fastest cruise missiles in the world, co-developed with Russia. It hits targets faster than most people hit the snooze button. And they're not stopping there. India is investing in hypersonic tech, anti-satellite weapons, AI-enabled drones, and space surveillance. You know that time India shot down its own satellite in orbit just to prove it could? Yeah, that was the military equivalent of flexing in zero gravity. And while other nations are figuring out drone warfare, India is already using domestically built UAVs for surveillance, target acquisition, and strike operations. This isn't just defense, it's domination through innovation. Not all wars are fought with bullets. The country knows the next major war could start with a keyboard, not a gun. So the country is building one of the most formidable cyber defense and cyber offense teams on the planet. They've got CERDIN, India's cyber emergency response team, RAW, the shadowy foreign intelligence agency that makes MI6 look like the Scooby-Doo gang, NTRO, the tech spy wing that focuses on signals intelligence, satellite interception, and cyber espionage. From protecting infrastructure to disrupting terror networks, India's digital warriors are already fighting tomorrow's wars. Today. Here's the final boss level. India isn't just armed, it's nuclear armed, with a doctrine of no first use, but a guaranteed second strike that could end cities. With a triad of nuclear delivery systems, land, air, and sea, India ensures that any attack ends in instant regret. But the real strength? Resilience. India has fought multiple wars, faced insurgencies, and bounced back from terror attacks without crumbling. Its soldiers are battle-tested, its people are proud, and its doctrine is clear. We don't want war, but if you bring it, we finish it. So, yeah, next time someone says India is just software engineers, spicy food, and spiritual gurus, remind them it's also one of the largest, most experienced militaries in the world, a nuclear power with cutting-edge tech, a regional powerhouse with global reach, and a nation that trains for every possible threat, just in case the unthinkable becomes real. And while India believes in peace, it's fully prepared for war. Hit that like button if you learned something new. Subscribe if you want more military deep dives like this. And remember, never underestimate quiet strength, especially when it has 1.4 billion people behind it. Until next time, stay smart, stay curious, and maybe don't pick a fight with India.
This is what American TV channels are telling. They are telling the whole world what India is doing and what it is capable of doing.
And now we have 4 real-life warriors whose courage redefines the word tough. Let's welcome them on stage with a big round of applause.
Requesting C.A. Nishchal sir and Chandraprakash sir to escort these true heroes onto the stage.
Please rise to welcome them, and let's give them the kind of applause that echoes the respect and love we hold in our hearts. Vande Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Our first hero, a man who's seen more war fields than we have seen exam halls. From the decks of INS Vikrant to rescue missions in the roughest seas, he defines what it means to sail through storms.
Please welcome ex-petty officer A.N. Dayanidhi. And now, get ready to meet a true defender of the land. One who stood tall during the 1971 Indo-Pak War, decorated with the Purvi Chakra. And after protecting the skies, he went on to serve the state of Karnataka with equal passion.
Put your hands together for ex-sergeant K.S. Vitalaksha. And next, we bring to you a warrior who ruled the Kabaddi court and the battlefield alike. A pro Kabaddi referee, an Asian Game athlete, and the man who turned a pandemic into an opportunity to serve thousands of veterans and their families.
Make some noise for N.K. Subedar Shivanna, a soldier, a sportsperson, and a savior. And finally, a person who's led from the front. Today, he's not here just as a retired officer, but as a major, still marching forward in thought, courage, and in spirit. He's currently the president of Bharat Bharti Trust, dedicated to the national integration.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for Major Hegde, a leader both in uniform and in life.
These men have not just served the nation, they've protected it, empowered it, and elevated it. Today, they are here to pass the flame on to us.
So let's begin this motivating session as a panel discussion with Shivanna sir having to moderate it.
बोलो भारत माता की ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಗಣಪತಿ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಹಣದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ಸ್ CA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಅವರೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ದೇಶದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಸಿಂಧೂರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲವೇ ನಿಮಿಷಗಳು ಮುಂಚೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಗಣಪತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. I am extremely delighted to be in front of you, an august audience, and a collection of sharp minds of Bangalore and India. Somebody was asking me, what makes a soldier face the bullets? In front of certain death, he rushes and teaches the enemy a lesson. What motivates him? Gentlemen and ladies, it is the extreme amount of trust of the countrymen. Love and affection of these countrymen. When there is extreme amount of trust, there is an extreme amount of responsibility and ability to take the risk. He is going for the common cause. What do defense officers do? Defense officers take these young, sharp, motivated soldiers and continuously upgrade them, skill them, upskill them, and motivate them by personal example. That's what an army officer does. In a way, even the chartered accountants are also of the same clan. In 1949, even before Constitution of India was given and adopted, 1949 itself, Chartered Accountants of India became a body. The nation trusted you. The nation gave so much of trust and respect to Chartered Accountants community that you people have made India proud. In 2008 and 9, when the entire world was facing a financial collapse, so many banks collapsed in so-called advanced countries. What happened in India? Indian system of accounting and finance was so robust, entire world looked towards you people. You have held the Indian strength intact. The soldiers on the border protect the country, but Chartered Accountants community have proved time and again that this country is worth protecting. When you people are doing this much of work inside the country, the soldier gets an additional booster dose of motivation. And that is very valuable. You must understand one more factor. You young CAs or CA aspirants, you are all sharp brains. You are so lucky, so fortunate to be born in this golden period of India's rise. We, whether it is our colleagues or many of your senior colleagues of my age, we were not that lucky. Every morning when we opened the newspaper or when we went and attended the classes, what we got to hear, India is a poor country, India is dependent on so many countries, India is doing this, India is not progressing, India's rate of growth is so poor, there is so much of hunger, there is so much of failure. This is what we are grown up with. But you people, morning, evening, what you get to hear? You get to hear ISRO is doing this new breakthrough. And Indian Army is smashing the enemies beyond acceptable limits. Indian Air Force is teaching a bloody lesson to them. Indian Navy has blocked Karachi. And Pakistan is on its knees in Galwan or in Dokalam. Chinese have got a bloody lesson. If there is any country in the world today which China is scared of, it's only India. This is a new generation in business, in technology, in science, in international politics, in sports. Everywhere there is success story, and you are living your day, rising every morning to this kind of India that is emerging India. Be grateful to your destiny that you are born as an Indian and that too at this juncture. Being born as an Indian is a great, great fortune. This is a country not born in 1947. This is a country which existed for 10,000 years. Nobody needs to give pravachan to us. No country can preach to us. Whether it is tolerance, whether it is human rights, whether it is science, technology, or human values. India has lived, and India has lived and taught to the world. That is the type of country you belong. For this country, whenever there was a challenge to this civilization of 10,000 years, whenever there was a problem faced by the country, this country's gullies, villages, houses, small juggi jhopdis produced yodhas. इस गांव के गली गली से योद्धा उभर के आए हैं. आप में भी सीए स्टूडेंट्स हैं. मैं बहुत खुशी से बोलता हूं, आप लोग सीए बनो. जो सीए बनने के बाद भी आप फौजी बन सकते हो, टेरिटोरियल आर्मी ज्वाइन करो. सीए कैप्टन so and so, CA major so and so. कितना अच्छा लगेगा. You are already financial warriors. You have protected the country financially, and you have shown to the whole world that this system is robust and maintained and strengthened by robust people. You have already proved that time and again, decades together. Now you can also be a soldier. Therefore, Indian Army has got opportunities. I urge all of you, think about it. You can be a soldier, you can be a captain, you can be a major, and that opportunity is open to you. One more thing. There is a scheme called Agniveer. What a fantastic scheme it is. Young boys of 10th standard, 11th standard, 12th standard, they can go and serve for 4 years. And their fresh brains, young brains, can adapt to technology very fast. Nowadays, warfare is fought not with just bullets, it is fought with the technology and responsiveness and sharp brains. This Agniveer scheme is aimed at that. Just imagine, after 4 years, Agniveers come out, 25% are absorbed. Maybe government will change the rules and make it 40 or 50%. Then what happens? Those who come out, around 40,000, 45,000 Agniveers will come out every year. I am telling you, there was a talk. What will happen? They will be on the roads. No. Agniveer scheme, 40,000 can be absorbed by a city called Bangalore. The whole Agniveers, ex-Agniveers. So they will not be on the roads. Agniveer scheme is good for the country, good for the army, because army will get fresh blood, young blood. Third one, what happens to the internal strength of India? गली गली में से अग्निवीर निकलेंगे और all departments, whether it is BPMP, BDA, Revenue Department, just imagine ex-Agniveers are there. Just imagine there is a captain or a major of my type and thinking He is an ACP or DCP in Shivaji Nagar, and there are 100 ex-Agniveers reporting to me and another 100 normal constables reporting to me. What happens? Anti-national elements, anti-social elements dare not think of picking up the stones or putting fire to the public property. Right or not? That is the type of internal strength that happens to the country after 4 or 5 years or 10 years. इसीलिए तो तकलीफ है. देश में कुछ लोगों को इसलिए दर्द है क्योंकि देश मजबूत हो जाएगा. ये है. And I want you to be aware that wherever you can, you find a soldier, go and interact with them. When you find a soldier, go and give your respect to them, thank them. They will also be happy. Nobody is asking anything more. You cannot give anything to the soldier. You can't give anything to the soldier. He is not asking anything. Only thing he is asking is, be worthy of my sacrifices. Whether. When we all live our life in such a way, whatever we do, in whichever field, if we reflect that particular thought that yes, this country is worth protecting, then what happens? That's the only thing we can all give to the serving soldiers. And I have one more thing to say. CAs, being CAs, having failed a couple of times, having failed 4 times, 5 times, it is a good fortune to you. Yesterday I was reading Facebook this message that easy victory gives ahankar. Tough victory evolves a person. Sudhamurti was good. What a great statement. And ICAI has given you this opportunity to fail. In fact, ICAI is doing a good job. Give a big round of applause to ICAI. My son is a good speaker. He is a good writer. And he used to go to the school, win trophies, and come home. When he was in 9th standard or 10th standard, till then, I used to give him some coaching at home and then send. And he used to win and come. One day he comes back and says, Daddy, I feel that whatever trophies are there, I think you are a partner here. I don't want. Next competition he went, he didn't even tell us. He won 2nd prize or 3rd prize and came back, this whole trophy is mine. He was the full owner, there was no partner. And he went to college. He went to the university, Jain University. And he won a lot of awards in speaking or writing, whatever. On his own, he was very happy. Every time he used to go for any competition, he comes back winning, and I was worried. But ICAI failed him in the first CA attempt. I was very happy. I told my wife, they have done a great job. He knows how to handle success. ICAI is teaching how to handle failure, and he will be a better person. Second, it was really an amazing thing to see him in tension and disappointed. And then afterwards, he went for the 2nd attempt with lot of preparation. And he was so confident, and he came back and said, Daddy, I have done really well. And we were all waiting for the result to come. And lo, he failed again. Thanks to you people. I was very happy. My wife was telling, what has happened to you? He is crying. There are tears in his eyes. And he has done so well and he has never failed in life. Now, I said, this should happen. He will become a strong personality. And third attempt, he passed. And he goes to a company, does very well, gets the best employee award, and he comes back home very happy. And after 15, 20 days, he gets another offer from some other company, and somebody poached him, and he went to the next company. After 2 years, exactly 2 years, he left the company and joined another company. He was doing well. He was doing well. In 6 months, one day, Friday, he gives a call, Daddy, I'm not coming home. Till Monday. On that Friday, RBI had shut down his company. It was a big shock, not only to this company, and 2,600 employees of that company. Company shut down. Many people are guessing which company it is. Okay. Anyway, what happened? He was there at office. He was one of the 10 young CAs who were assembled. They made justification to the Reserve Bank and what kind of process they have followed, how they have not violated any process, and justification after justification after justification. The founder, big man, around 8,000, 10,000 crore worth, the founders were with him, and in 3 days and 3 nights, they made presentation after presentation, and between Friday and Tuesday, the PPT and the justification and volumes of papers were ready, and they gave a presentation to Reserve Bank, Deputy Governor, and within 30-40 days, the company was restarted and he was awarded for his efforts. I am giving this example. A CA gets so much of problems, so many challenges, but you can turn it into an opportunity and be rewarded. So be happy that you have chosen this path. Before I close, I would like to tell one thing. India is fighting a 2.5 front war. 2 fronts, Northern Front and the Western Front, Indian armed forces are capable of handling, and they have already proved beyond doubt that they will handle it well. 2.5 front, that is half front, is within India. Within India, this half front is more dangerous. You cannot find their weapons. What kind of weapons they use? Whether they use the newspaper, print media, or electronic media, you do not know. You do not know what kind of weapons they have on WhatsApp. You do not know, and social media. This half front is more dangerous. They are not just Naxalites. Anybody talking against the interest of the country, anybody passing messages against the interest of the country, anybody criticizing something which is really good for the country, they are all enemies of the state. And the responsibility of handling them and teaching them a bloody lesson is on all our shoulders. We are the warriors inside the country. This half front is really, really very, very essential for all of us. We should not shy away. Some people may brand us that he's a right-winger, he's an extreme thinker, or he's harsh. Let them brand. Do what is right, irrespective of a good branding or a bad branding you get. When you are doing right, you need not justify. When India is doing right, when citizens are doing right, you need not be apologetic. Be unapologetically nationalist. Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! One day, I want a bigger, loud voice so that people in Muridke or Sargoda Air Base can hear. Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಸರ್ ಗಣಪತಿ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು, ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ KS ವಿಠಲಾಕ್ಷರವರು 15 ವರ್ಷ ಏರ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಎರಡು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವ್ರ ಮಗ ಕೂಡ KS ಆಫೀಸರು, ಅಜಯ್ ಅಂತ KS ಆಫೀಸರು. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವಾಗ PS ಅಬಕಾರಿ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಾಜಿ ಸೈನಿಕನ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಈ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಹಲೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ. ನಾವು ಹೇಳೋದೇನು ಉಳಿದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾವು when I joined the Indian Air Force, I was just 17 years old. It all happened It all happened very unexpectedly. I was doing my electrical engineering diploma at Mangalore. So in front of our building there was a circuit house. There's a board, recruitment for Indian Air Force. We all went for fun. Then automatically we got selected. Of course, about 2,500 people had come there. About 15 of us were selected. Then one fine day I got a telegram that you join Tambram Air Base immediately. So next day I started off and we all went. There's a guard room there in the Air Force station. Then that police corporal, he said, come and fall in line. I said, fall in line? We could not understand whether we have to follow this thing. So the other fellow said, no, you have to stand in 3 each. Fine. Then we marched this is the next. Immediately we were taken to the barber shop and given full cutting completely. And we were ashamed to look at the mirror. So much of this thing, almost bald they have made. Then the training session starts. Morning 5 o'clock we have to get up, go for health run. Then 7:30 to 9:30 parade. Then 9:30 to 2:30 there is a education section is there. Then we used to be, every 15 days there is a firing, range firing takes place. So range firing we have to fire that 303 rifle. So all about 20 people are, they are in the, this one, we have to kneel and fire. So I was just looking at the bullseye, whatever we firing, there is no, this thing, there is no, no effect. So there are 2 flags kept in the both sides, red flags, so that nobody should come. Then I fired at the flag fell. Then that instructor came, then I just listened, then he gave me frog jump. So this is one of this thing. So being an Air Force man, I would like to tell something very technical about this Operation Sindoor. After that, we struck 11 terror camps. J.D. Vance, Vice President, US Vice President, called up Modi. See, this Pakistan is making a big move. They may do anything. They may use even nuclear. Modi said, let them use. That's all. So in the ensuing night of 9 and 10, we bombarded 5 of their nuclear bases. 5. See, The Kirana Hills bombardment was at the entrance of the tunnel. For another 1,000 years, nobody can go because radioactive takes place. Of course, there will not be a blast because nuclear, as you know, is a fission. Is a fission chain reaction. That radioactive plutonium will be there, radium will be there. If this about 5 to 6 kg, if these are made critical and if these are joined, then only nuclear explosion takes place. But this is there in the Kirana Hills, that seismic tremor to the extent of 4 in the Richter scale was heard. Then in the Chagai Hills, it is also nuclear base. There 5.7 Richter scale seismic was held. Then what happened? The Pakistanis, they panicked. They called up Washington. Then Washington Secretary of State, he called this one, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. You stop this. I said, Jaishankar said, who are you to tell us? If they want, let them tell. Then the DGA, Director General of Operations, he called Lieutenant General Guy. Sir, please stop it. Then Guy contacted the air chief, then air chief, then Modi. Then we agreed. But it is not ceasefire, mind you. It is not ceasefire. We never mentioned ceasefire. It is cessation of the hostilities. See, our action was measured and de-escalated. Measured and de-escalated. And Trump, what is telling? Shame, shame. They should sit and talk. Or sit and talk. Pakistan. See, I'll tell you, one thing I'll tell you. I am not against any community. We are a secular country. We had Muslims, we had Christians in armed forces. And you know who wrote Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan Hamara? Who wrote? Iqbal, a Muslim. And in 47, 48, the same Pakistan the local people and all, they from Pakistan, they came to Srinagar. And Srinagar, one shop, he asked, where is near Srinagar, where is Srinagar center? Then the shopwala, even though he is a Muslim, he showed a different direction. After 2 hours they came back, they killed that fellow. Do you know, in 1965 war, Pakistan only started 65 war. In Punjab border, 5 Patton tanks came, 5 Patton tanks. Patton tanks of, in that time, most American Patton tanks. Then this one, Quartermaster Havaldar Abdul Hamid, he was in charge of that post, and there were 23 people were there. And they had only one Sweden-made gun-mounted jeep. Then in the shelling, all the 23 people died. This one Havaldar Abdul Hamid was alone. He, decapitated all the 5 Patton tanks. But then, unfortunately, he fell to a shell and he died. And he was given Paramveer Chakra he was given. So, see, this all actually, the animosity started from 1990. After that, I should not comment on that. That is the Babri Masjid, this thing. Otherwise, even now also, see, even in the government service, even in the Air Force, Navy, we are all like brotherly. There is absolutely no problem with them. See, this one, India has more Muslims than Pakistan. Why Pakistan is worried about our Muslims? Our Muslims are safe. Our Muslims are safe. There is absolutely no problem with them. They have got nationalistic pride. They have got everything. Why they are worried, I don't know. But then Pakistan's problem is that China is making Pakistan a proxy. Look at GDP. Ours is 4 trillion. Pakistan is only 360 billion. Pakistan. And our reserve is 700 billion. Pakistan reserve is only $700 billion. Pakistan reserve is only $15 billion. So we are, they are no, equal to us. But still, because of China, America is, I'm telling you, America, we should never believe America anytime. America lost the Vietnam War. America lost Afghanistan. You know what America, 20 years it was in Afghanistan. They spent $20 trillion there, and when they left, $4 billion worth of this was arms they left in Afghanistan, which went to this again terrorist hands. You know, in Pahalgam, the rifles which were found, which were actually Googled and it was American made. This is the problem actually. So for us, the best front now at the moment is Russia and Israel. So, and this our Akash Tir Iron Dome. Akash Tir Iron Dome is the most impregnable. Whole world is sitting up and looking at us. Our BrahMos, there is no missile. 2.8 Mach. So, about 15 countries have come forward to buy that BrahMos. So, as long as our accounts staff, the budding youngsters are, nationalistic and patriotic, as Major has said, please join Territorial Army as a second option. Serve the nation, serve our country. Let us make India great. Jai Hind.
ಅಂತ ದಯಾನಂದ್ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಮಯ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಹಲೋ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ, ನಾನು ಪಟ್ಯಾ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಎನ್ ದಯಾನಿಧಿ, ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ನೇವಿ 1978 ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ 1993 ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆದೆ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಜಾಯ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಶಿಪ್ ವಾಸ್ INS Vikrant. It was INS Vikrant of those days. I joined on board INS Vikrant in 1980. Then I served on board that ship for 2 years. Then I worked in 4 more other warships: INS Godavari, INS Betwa, INS Nilgiri, and INS Dunagiri. All are frigates. I had been to, I think you people are not born in those days. In 1988, there was a civil coup in Maldives. We participated in that Maldives operation. It was called as Operation Cactus. We went to Maldives from November 3rd to November 6th, 1988. We were there in Maldives. The mercenaries had been hired from Sri Lanka by one big businessman of that Maldives to become president of that country. Indian High Commission has told us to go to Maldives. We went there. We catch hold of those. They ran away by catch holding a merchant ship. They went through, they were sailing, they are about to enter Sri Lankan waters. We cannot enter other countries' water without permission of their country. One Captain Gopalachari, who was captaining INS Godavari from Bangalore, he told our High Commissioner, if you give permission, I'll bombard the ship. Then the High Commissioner has given a permission. Then we bombarded the ship. Then we catch hold of those mercenaries and we handed over those mercenaries to the government of Maldives. It was a very big operation. From November 3rd to November 6th, we didn't sleep. Such a excitement was there in that operation. It was an opportunity for me to participate in this operation. Rest all is history. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being. Thank you very much.
ದಯಾನಿಧಿ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅವರ ನೇವಿಯ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಆದರೆ ಸುಬೇದಾರ್ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. बोलो भारत माता के, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದೀವಲ್ವಾ? ಸೌಂಡು ಭಾರತ್ ಮಾತಾಕಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಸಿಂಧೂರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜಯ ಸಾಧಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ. ಬೋಲೋ ಭಾರತ್ ಮಾತಾಕಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸೌಂಡ್. ಓಕೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇವಾಗ ಸಿ ಎ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಆಗ್ತೀರಿ? ಸಿ ಎ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ 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 2 ಜನ. ಸಿ ಎ ಮೇಜರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ವೇನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ, ಅದೇ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸೆಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ ಸಿ ಎ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್, ಸಿ ಎ ಮೇಜರ್, ಸಿ ಎ ಕರ್ನಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅದರ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರೆ, ನಾನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷಣಕಾರನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಕೇವಲ ನನ್ನ ಅನುಭವ, ನಾನು ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರ. ನಿಶ್ಚಿತವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಂತೆ, ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರ. ಕೇವಲ ಮಾಜಿ ಸೈನಿಕರ ಕುಟುಂಬ, ಮಾಜಿ ಸೈನಿಕರು ವೀರನಾರಿಯರು, ಏನು ಅವ್ರ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸವಲತ್ತು ಬೇಕೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೋರಾಟ, ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ನಾನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಯುವ ಜನತೆ, ಇವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜಾಬು ಅಂತ ಹೋದಾಗ ಕೆಲವ್ರು ಜಾಬು ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರು ದೇಶ ಸೇವೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಾಗಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸೇನೆಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 17.5 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇನೆಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊತಾರೆ. 17.5 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 21 ವರ್ಷದೊಳಗಡೆ ಸೇನೆಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಜೊತೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಮದುವೆ ಆದರೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಜೊತೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಾದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೊತೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಇರ್ತಾರ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಹೋದ್ರು? ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಗಿಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಬಾರ್ಡ್ರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಯಾಚಿನ್ನು, ಗ್ಲೇಷಿಯರು, ಕಾರ್ಗಿಲ್ಲು, ಪೂಂಚು, ರಿಜೋರಿ, ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲ್ಗಾಮ್, ಈ ಥರ ಬಾರ್ಡ್ರ್ ಏರಿಯಾಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಜೊತೆ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮಾರು 20 ವರ್ಷ, 21 ವರ್ಷದವರೆಗೂ, 32 ವರ್ಷದವರೆಗೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸೇವೆ. ರಜಾ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಸ್ವಂತ ತಂಗಿ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ರಜಾ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಗೋಪಿನಾಥ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ತಂದೆ ಸತ್ತೋದ್ರು, ತಂದೆ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಆದರೆ ಆ ಥರ ತಂದೆ ಸತ್ರು ನಾವು ಟೈಮ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾರ್ದಾದ್ರು ಮದುವೆ ಆದರೂ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ರಿಲೇಷನ್ ಮದುವೆ ಆದರೂ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆದರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟು ನಾವು ರಜಾ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಬಿಹಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಗಯಾದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಂದ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗಯಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಲ್ಕಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಕಲ್ಕಟ್ಟಾಯಿಂದ ಗಯಾಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ರಜಾ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ 2 ತಿಂಗಳು ಮುಂಚೆನೇ ರಜಾ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. 2 ತಿಂಗಳು ರಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಕಳಿಸಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರು ಬಂದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ರಜಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಿಗೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ರಜಾ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡ್ರ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೀದಾ ಜನರಲ್ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಸೀದಾ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಂದು ಈ ಥರ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್, ಯೋಧ ತನ್ನ 17 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ತನ್ನ ಸೇವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಟ್ರಗಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೇ ಬಂದಂಥ ಯೋಧರಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಯೋಧರ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳು ನಾನು ನಂಬಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ RCB ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳು, ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು, ಅಂಧ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು ಅಂತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಉನ್ನಿಕೃಷ್ಣನ್, ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಉನ್ನಿಕೃಷ್ಣನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ರಿಯಲ್ ಹೀರೋ ಯಾರು? ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಉನ್ನಿಕೃಷ್ಣನ್. ಅವ್ರ ಶವ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹಿಂಗಿದ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೋವಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಯುವಜನತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ? ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಕಡೆಗೋ, ಅಂಧ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ ಕಡೆಗೋ? ಅಂಧ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ನಿಜವಾಗಲೂ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಯುವ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಇಂದಿನ ಯುವ ಜನತೆಗೆ ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು? ದೇಶದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಸರಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀನಿ, ಕೂತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೇನೆ ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೈಂಡೇ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಏನು ಇಂದಿನ ಯುವ ಜನತೆಗೆ ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರು ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ದಂಗೆ August 15th ಎಲ್ಲರೂ August 15th ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ವಾ? January 26 ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ವಾ? ಇವೆರಡೇ ದಿನ ಮಾಡೋದು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ. ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಮಾಡೋದು? 2 ದಿನ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆರ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ. ಆದರೆ ನ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನ್ಯೂ ಇಯರು August 15th ಸೂಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, January 26 ಸೂಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ? RCB ಗೆದ್ದು ಸೂಪರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ದೀಪಾವಳಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾನು ಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಪ್ರೇಮಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಪಟು ಕೂಡ. ನನಗೂ ಕ್ರೀಡೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ RCBಗಿರೋಷ್ಟು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಯುವ ಜನತೆಗೆ ದೇಶದ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನಾರ್ಥಕವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೌದಪ್ಪ, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಶಿವಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರ, CA ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ಹುಡ್ಡು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ CA, ಜಾಬ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮಠ. ಹುಟ್ಟು ಸಾವಿನ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ? ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವೇ. ಹುಟ್ಟು ಸಾವಿನ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸಾಧಿಸ್ಬೇಕೋ ಬೇಡವಾ? ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಏನು? ಹುಟ್ಟು ಸಾವಿನ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಏನು? ನೀವು 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ, ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಭಾರತೀಯನು ತನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೇ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಯುವ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಜನರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ರೈತನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಬಸ್ ಓಡಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಟೋ ಓಡಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾವೇನು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ? ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ದೇಶದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು? ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹಿಂದಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾವೊಂದು 20-30 ವರ್ಷದಾದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತ ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾಲ್ಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾತು ಅನ್ನೋರು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ? ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, ಚಿತ್ರಣ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮು ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿರೋದು ಯಾರ ಕಾರಣ? ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ನಾಲ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಗೀತಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಗೀತು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜ, ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮೇ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ? ಮನೆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆಯಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆಯಾ, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬದುಕ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋಂಥದ್ದು ನನಗೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ 30-40 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಬ್ಬ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿ, ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತೆತ್ರ 1000 ಕೋಟಿ ಅಂತದೆ. 40 ವರ್ಷದ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಕೋಟಿ ಇರೋದು ಡೌಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು 1000 ಕೋಟಿ 100 ಕೋಟಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸರೋಗ್ತದೆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಮೇ ಹಾಳಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನೊಂದು ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತಿರೋರು, ಆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ನನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೊಡುಗೆ, ಯಾರ್ದೋ ಒಂದು 15 ಆಗಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ January 26 ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪರಿಸರ ಒಂದು ಗಿಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಅದು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮನೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಗಿಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪರಿಸರ ದಿನ? ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮನೇ. ಅದೊಂದು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ. ಅಂದರೆ ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಏನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಮಯದ ಅಭಾವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕಾಯ್ದಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಟೈಮು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ನನಗನ್ಸಿದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ RCB ಥರ ಅಂಧಭಕ್ತರಾಗಬೇಡಿ. ಮಾಡಿ, ಕ್ರೀಡೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನು ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಉರಿ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್, ಪುಲ್ವಾಮಾ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್, ಗಾಲ್ವಾನ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್, ಮುಂಬೈ ತಾಜ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್, ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹುತಾತ್ಮರಾದ ಯೋಧರಿಗೆ ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪಾತ್ರಧಾರಿಗಳಾಗ್ತೀವಿ, ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾತ್ರಧಾರಿಗಳಾಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವೊಂದು ಯುವ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಸೈನಿಕ ಬಂದು ಜನರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ, ನನ್ನ ಸೇವೆ, ನಾನು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸೇನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಾಧಕ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ. ಕಬಡ್ಡಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಏಷ್ಯನ್ ಗೇಮ್, ಸೌತ್ ಏಷ್ಯನ್ ಗೇಮ್, ಪ್ರೋ ಕಬಡ್ಡಿ, ಖೇಲೋ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಸುಮಾರು 20 ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕಬಡ್ಡಿ ಇವೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುವ ಏಕೈಕ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ. ಭಾರತ ಸೇನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಪಟು, ಆದರೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಪಟು ಕಾರಣನೇ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸೇನೆ. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸೇನೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಯೋಧ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೂ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ನನ್ನ ಹೋರಾಟ, ನನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಯೋಧರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಕಷ್ಟ ಏನಿದ್ರೆ, ಏನಾದರೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು CAಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ CAಗಳಿರ್ತೀರಿ, ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಸೈನಿಕನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಹಾಯ, ಒಂದು ಗೌರವ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ರಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಸಣ್ಣ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುವ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ಪ್ರೇಮವನ್ನು, ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
My heartfelt gratitude to these real heroes. I take this moment to sincerely thank the real heroes among us, our esteemed soldiers.
Your session today wasn't just informative, sir. It was deeply inspiring. From walking us through the bold and brilliant Operation Sindoor to sharing what life looks like at the borders. Every word carried weight and pride.
Your stories, from the icy terrains of the north to the green hills of the east, brought alive the true meaning of services. But more than that, your call to action for the youth, reminding us that you don't need a uniform to serve the nation.
On behalf of Sikasa and everyone at Aarohana, we thank you not just for your presence today, but for your service, your stories, and your spirit. May we all carry forward the discipline, courage, commitment that you live by.
ಈ ದೇಶದ ಸೇವೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸದಾ ಸಿದ್ಧರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, thank you for making time for us today, sir.
I request CA Nishchal sir and Chandraprakash sir to please come on the dais and hand over the mementos.